Under cloudy skies in downtown Toronto, it's time for Game 2 of the American League Championship Series between the Toronto Blue Jays and the Seattle Mariners. Seattle struck first with a 3-1 win last night. We'll see if the Blue Jays have a response to even it up before going on the road. Hi, everyone, and thank you so much for tuning in today. Happy Thanksgiving to all those who are celebrating. I'm Ben Schulman alongside former Major League pitcher Chris LaRue. Show Ali is our host. Nick Blackmore is our producer. Derek Brandeo, Christian Chiniti, and Tom Young are our technical directors. Savage with a 1-2. And it is ripped down the left field line, hooking to the corner. That ball is out of here. A 3-run homer in the first for Julio Rodriguez. Splitter hung over the middle, and he destroyed it for his second home run of the postseason. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike three, and Savage bounces back on 3 pitches to get Polanco 1 out.
He looked like a completely different guy in that at-bat than he did in the first 3 at-bats. Got on top of the fastball, on top of that split finger, threw his best split finger of this ball game on that strike 3 to Jorge Polanco.
Suarez, a 49 homer man this regular season. 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Elevates with the heater above the zone, and there are 2 outs in the top of the first.
That's a good pitch, too. Good fastball just above that strike zone. Eugenio Suarez swings right underneath it. A perfect pitch for the second out of the inning.
Naylor, he's signaling from second base. I mean, we can say we think he is, but he's putting his right hand up, his left hand up. He was doing it in Detroit. Him being at second now allows him to try and tip pitches back to the hitter. Naylor raises his right arm in the air. The 1-2 from Savage, swing and a miss, strike 3. Hand zone goes down. Savage punches out 3 in the first, but a Julio Rodriguez 3-run homer makes it 3-0 Seattle, middle of 1. Gilbert's 7th pitch to Springer. And he drives it left center field. Rosarena racing back, turns at the wall, and 1 hops into the fence. George Springer around first into second, and a great at-bat to begin the offensive day. Leaves the Blue Jays with a leadoff double. Infield shifted to the first base side, except Suarez, who plays in at third. And the right-on-left pitch to Lucas. High chopper, right side. Lucas takes off for first base. Naylor gloves and throws it away. Springer around third. He'll score. Lucas charging for second on about a 50% knee. Nathan Lucas legs it out. Forced the error, and the Blue Jays on the board. It's 3-1 for the Mariners with a runner on second in the first. So the infield backs up, 2 outs and a runner on third. Alejandro Kirk up. And the pitch. Line drive, right center. That ball's tailing. It's down for a base hit. Lucas clapping as he crosses home. RBI single for Alejandro Kirk. It's 3-2 for the Mariners, and we're still in the first.
That's vintage Alejandro Kirk, not trying to do too much. The shoulder stays in. That pitch was on the outer third, and he just rips it over second baseman Jorge Polanco's head. A gigantic hit, maybe the biggest hit of the season. This is really a confidence booster for the Toronto Blue Jays. Now they feel like they're back in this ball game and they can win it.
It's 2-2, and the fans are up on their feet. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. He got him. Caught him looking with a slider on the inside edge. Rosarena goes down to finish off a 1-2-3. Top of the second. 3-2 for the Mariners. The 1-1. Lucas lines it up the middle into right center field. Clement in to score. Around second and into third, George Springer. Nathan Lucas delivers again, and we're tied at 3 in the bottom of the second.
Well, he didn't get it all that hard. He didn't hit it off the barrel, but he got it just enough to muscle it past Jorge Polanco into center field. I mean, this guy continues to come through in big spots. Now George Springer is standing at third base with 2 outs in this inning. Pitching coach Pete Woodworth is actually slowly walking out to the mound to have a chat with Logan Gilbert.
From 3-0 down with no outs in the top of the first, the Blue Jays have only used 5 outs on the offensive side to tie it back up at 3-3. And as they meet on the mound, there's just more time to chant Vladdy's name here in downtown Toronto. First and third, 2 down, and the pitch to Eugenio Suarez is lined out to center. Varsho ranging back left center, dives forward, and he made the catch. Misjudged it initially going back, but makes up for it with a sprawling play to keep it 3-3. Middle of the third inning in downtown Toronto, and something exciting every half inning. It's the Blue Jays 3, the Mariners 3 in Game 2 of the American League Championship Series. Now the 2-2. Called strike 3, throws him with a breaking ball, and there's one big out in this top of the fifth inning.
Obviously, Julio Rodriguez was thinking something off speed there with 2 strikes, was completely fooled by that four-seam fastball that was middle, although it was 98 miles an hour.
The 1-1. Hit well right center field. Varsho racing back at the warning track, leaps at the fence, and that ball is gone. 3-run homer, Jorge Polanco, and the Mariners are back up 6-3 Seattle in the top of the fifth. It just snuck out, bouncing off the top of the fence. 2-2 count, 1 out, top of the fifth. The Mariners in front of the Blue Jays, 6-3. Varland winds, and the 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got Naylor on a change, 2 outs here in the fifth. 0-2 pitch. Called strike 3. 99 on the outside edge to strike out Suarez, but Jorge Polanco with a 3-run homer in the top of the fifth has put Seattle in front 6-3. Middle of the fifth inning, Game 2 of the ALCS. Kirk back in the crouch, and Rivas takes his lead off third with Crawford at the plate and Fluharty set. Here's the 3-2 again. And it's lifted out to shallow left field and down for a base hit. Rivas sprints home. It's 7-3 Mariners in the top of the sixth on a J.P. Crawford bloop RBI single. 2-2. Called strike 3. Big break for Fisher. That pitch looked outside, but Arozarena goes down. There's 2 outs.
And that's an important out, as Randy Arozarena has some choice words for home plate umpire Doug Eddings, especially because Cal Raleigh is walking to the plate.
Raleigh taps the plate twice, spins his bat around and brings it above his left shoulder. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Fisher ties him up with a slider up and in, punches out Raleigh to end the frame, but the Mariners add to their advantage with a run on 2 hits. They leave 1 on and lead 7-3, middle of the sixth inning. A lot of work for the Blue Jays bats to do. We'll be back in a sec. 1-2 pitch. Called strike 3. Curveball hit the top of the zone. Julio knew it right away. Braden Fisher has come in and punched out Arozarena, Raleigh, and Rodriguez in 3 batters faced. There's 1 out. Payoff pitch, and it is crushed out to right field. Lucas going back. He'll run out of room. It's gone. Home run, Josh Naylor. 9-3 Mariners lead. A big blast from the big Canadian, and Seattle now really in good position to take a 2-0 lead going back to their hometown. Bassett's 9th offering to Crawford. And it's lined to center. Varsho coming in, makes the grab. Tagging at third, Suarez. He'll try and score. The throw from Varsho cut off. Suarez slides in on a sac fly. The Mariners take a 10-3 lead in the 7th. First to 7 straight runs. 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, but the Mariners add 3 to their lead in the top of the 7th, and they're up 10-3 at Rogers Center at the 7th inning stretch. 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, he got him. Strikeout for Chris Bassett, his second in 4 batters faced in this outing, and there are 2 out. Crowd starting to thin out here in the 9th inning with the Mariners close to taking a 2-0 series lead. 1-2. Called strike 3. Fastball on the outside edge. Mastroboni doesn't love it. That was actually one of the better calls we've seen tonight. There's 1 down. So a full count and 2 outs. Lauer looking to finish off this top of the 9th. Left-hander's pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He sets down Robles to make it a scoreless top of the 9th inning. 10-3 Mariners at the break. They're holding on Schneider at first now in the 2-0 pitch. Springer hits it on the ground to third. This could do it. Suarez to second 1. Polanco to first, and the Mariners win emphatically. 10-3 the final score as they demolish nearly every pitcher they saw in this game and take a 2-0 series lead going back to Seattle.
Thinking about upgrading your equipment? Finning has a deal that's built to reward you whether you're a new or returning customer. From now until November 2nd, take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months on select CAT compact equipment. With payments starting as low as $1,458 a month, it's never been easier to own the gear you need. But hurry, these offers end November 2nd. To learn more and to book your demo today, visit your local Finning dealership or call 1-800-FINNING.
Right. What happens when a team is down 0-2 in the playoffs? Because I think a lot of people think that everybody comes together and everybody decides to put the nose to the grindstone, and we're just going to have to grind this out. Does the clubhouse change when you're down 0-2 in the playoffs?
I think it's like the best way I could describe it is you got to win. You got to start going. You can't look at the game anymore as one win. Like, you got to start looking at winning pitches. You got to start looking at winning the innings. You got to start going at the smallest things, trying to build some momentum, because momentum is a dangerous thing. And when we went down 0-2 to the Rangers, once we won Game 3, we're like, the ball started rolling a little bit. And then, honestly, them going on the road right now, kind of like we did in 15, wouldn't be a bad thing, because they get the opportunity. And if they can do that for one game, they can do it for two. If they can look at it, they can do it for two, they can do it for three. So at this point, they still have a little slack, but they need to be playing like this is an elimination game from jumpstart for Game 3, because once it gets down 3-0, it's pretty much night-night.
Can going to a bigger park like Seattle help offensively? Do something different, like big part of the field, other way, flatter bat, like anything you can talk yourself into?
Yeah, Seattle, it is a big ballpark. I think for me, and this is what I said, I think I was on Burnsy's podcast, what I really do like about the Blue Jays lineup is they don't live and die off the home run ball.
Yeah.
And they have some guys that can piece hits together. They can put at-bats together. The other side of the coin is Seattle looks to have probably one of the best pitching staffs in the game, I would say. Mm-hmm. So runs and hits are going to be few. So you gotta really optimize getting guys on base, and then not just having your hits that take place, but you got to really start grinding these guys down. And they were already grinded down going into it. And I think Game 1, a little bit what I saw from it was Springer went deep Game 1, the very first at bat, and everybody else started to try to launch a little bit and kind of get it out of whack. And then you look up and the guy goes 6 innings, and now they're kind of back in a good position.
Okay. How do you block? Yeah, how do you block all that out? You just mentioned how good Seattle's pitching is. I'm sure the Jays lineup's heard that forever. Like, here comes Seattle, how good they pitch. You still got to go out there and execute. How do you block that out and basically think to yourself, I'm just as good or better than that guy on the mound? How do you do that?
Well, I mean, I think you have to have confidence in yourself, and you got to have confidence in your team. And you got to be able to have confidence to pass the baton to the next guy. And whether that's going up there and having a 10-pitch at bat and grinding a guy down and working a walk, or, even maybe if you get out right there, your next guy has to be ready, and they have to be able to have an approach, have a plan. And whenever that approach for that pitch shows up, like, you need to be ready. And, we're talking about a game of millimeters here right now, but at the end of the day, like, you have to, in your mind, believe that you're going to get the job done, and you have to believe in your teammates. And even when things aren't looking great right now, you got to stay positive. And as hard as that can be, the being positive and belief in yourself is, in my opinion, the strongest thing that's going to carry you to that next W.
Okay, George Kirby, I think off his fastball, he throws a sinker to slider and a knuckle curve to a lefty. But the elevated fastball, I think they're hitting a little under 200. Like, it's pretty dominant. He throws it a bunch. He's pretty.
Heater?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a high octane velocity. Throws to the top of the zone a lot. He'll go away to righties. I was talking to Jeff earlier before you came on, and I was saying, plans should be, if you can, lay off the elevated fastball. Is that quadrant as easy as saying to a good hitter, just don't swing at it? Nobody else can hit it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you got to know your strength, right? Like for me, like I was a up zone heater guy, like I would like that. So for me, like I'm gonna look up there, and if he wants to go strength for strength, like I'm gonna take my chances.
Yeah.
But like if you're not, like let's say you're more of a low ball guy, like you got to force him down. And one of the key things that what I picked up as a player, I remember playing against Adrian Beltre. I'm wearing my hat backwards right now, but I'll just give you a demonstration. What Beltre used to do with those guys that would throw real high heaters, he'd take the bill of his helmet like this and put it all the way down, like pretty much like below like his eyebrows, it seemed like. And when he would look, so like if my hat's up there like that, I can see all this, right? But now if I take it right here, I just lost 4 inches of what I just saw before that. So now I would just really hone in, and anything that starts above that, I'm not going to see it. It's going to be a take. And that's one easy adjustment that some of these guys can do. If he wants to live up there and he wants to play up there, hey, let's see if the umpire is going to call it for a strike that day. I think we've kind of seen it a little bit from umpire to umpire that the zone's kind of been bouncing around a little bit. So, hey, let's see if he wants to call strikes up there in the first place. And then unless that you really feel like you can get on top of, or I don't want to say on top of, if you can get on playing with that pitch and drive that ball, because look, at the end of the day, that ball that's up there, it wants to get hit hard. Some guys can do it and some guys can't, but if you can't do it, make that adjustment. Take that bill down, put it down there so you don't even see that thing.
Whatever
and force him down into your honey hole.
That's awesome.
That's Josh Donaldson. It is awesome. Kevin, I agree. Chatting with Jeff Blair and Kevin Barker. You can catch the whole thing on the Blair and Barker podcast feed. And a reminder as well that B&B will also be along for Jays Talk once our game tonight is in the books. Before we get you back to Ben and Chris at T-Mobile Park in Seattle, let's get to those starting lineups once more in case you're just joining us now. For the Toronto Blue Jays, batting leadoff is George Springer. He's DHing today. Nathan Lucas is batting second. He is in left field. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. batting third at first base. Anthony Santander, a change to the lineup. He is batting cleanup. He is in right field. Alejandro Kirk is catching. He is batting fifth. Dalton Varsho is batting sixth. He is in center field. Anderson Barger dropping down to the 7 hole. He is at third base. Ernie Clements batting eighth at second base. Batting ninth is Andres Jimenez. He is at shortstop. For Dan Wilson's Mariners, Randy Arozarena is batting leadoff. He is in left field. Cal Raleigh is batting second. He is catching. Julio Rodriguez is batting third. He is in center field. Jorge Polanco is batting cleanup. He's at second base. Mississauga's own Josh Naylor batting fifth. He's at first base. Eugenio Suarez is batting sixth. He's at third base. Dominic Canzone's batting seventh. He's DHing. Victor Robles is batting eighth. He's in right field. And J.P. Crawford is batting ninth. He is at shortstop. All right, we are just a couple minutes away from Game 3 of the American League Championship Series. So let's get you back to the action, and we'll send you all the way back to the West Coast at T-Mobile Park in Seattle with the call on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. This place is in a frenzy right now. The Seattle Mariners can taste the World Series, the closest they have been to making the World Series in their franchise history. On the other side, the Toronto Blue Jays trying to extend this series and perhaps do something improbable here and come back from a 2-0 hole. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. We've seen the big unit, Randy Johnson, and plenty others here in attendance in Seattle. Everyone is on their feet. And I talked for a while to Tyler Heineman about this before the game. This is going to be an environment where the Blue Jays expect these fans to be up, loud, and active. Even if the Blue Jays are up by a lot of runs, there is just not a lot of quit in this fan base. An expansion cousin of the Blue Jays that's trying to reach its first World Series.
Yeah, this place is absolutely electric. They are drowning out all the Blue Jays fans right now. Like you mentioned, Randy Johnson threw out the first pitch. That was pretty exciting for myself. But other than that, this place, I mean, there's no better place to be in baseball than T-Mobile Park right now. It's just absolutely electric here.
We are just moments away from the Blue Jays and Mariners getting out on the field to get set in this game. In fact, Blue Jays batters already outside the dugout taking practice swings like Nathan Lucas. We talked about him a little bit earlier, but let's dive back in on the starter we're going to see for the Mariners. The guy who will be on the hill first in George Kirby, a 27-year-old right-hander, 6'4", 215 pounds from Rye, New York. Not that far from the Canadian border, although way across the United States from where we are right now. Bit of a down year for him overall. It was stunted by an early shoulder injury. He went 10-8 with a 4.21 ERA in 23 starts, but he is rounding into form at the perfect time for the Mariners. In his 2 postseason starts, he's allowed only 3 runs in 10 innings pitched. He's punched out 14. He's walked 1, and like a lot of these Mariners pitchers, he's going to be in the zone early and often with hard fastballs.
Yeah, he throws a lot of strikes, throws a lot of fastballs, at least during the regular season. He threw almost 60% fastballs between the four-seamer and that hard sinker. He's a great pitcher, throws a lot of strikes. He's in the zone, and if you're the Toronto Blue Jays, yes, you shouldn't be over-aggressive, but you should also expect something to be in that strike zone and be ready to swing the bat. I mean, I'm assuming that he's going to flip a slider in their first pitch just to George Springer, but other than that, he'll fill the zone with those good hard fastballs.
George Kirby has walked about 3.5% of the batters he's faced in his career. That's the 3rd best career mark since 1920 among pitchers with 500 innings pitched. He's on the hill in all white jersey and pants for the Mariners and the Navy cap. The Blue Jays today go full powder blue jersey and pants. They will wear their dark blue caps with a powder blue brim when they are on defense. Kirby's last start came on the 10th against the Detroit Tigers in that all-important Game 5 15-inning win in the DS for the Mariners. He went 5 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run, no walks, and 6 strikeouts, and he only threw 66 pitches, so he should be feeling pretty good coming into this one.
And the interesting thing about that start, his last start in the postseason, he threw about 50% sliders, so he's kind of shied away from that fastball just a little bit, and that makes me think we have no idea what we're going to see from George Kirby today. Are we going to see the guy that fills the strike zone up with almost 60% fastballs, or are we going to see the guy that flips in breaking balls and kind of pitches backwards? I'm kind of interested to see what kind of guy he is tonight.
We flip it around to the other side. The Blue Jays will go George Springer, Nathan Lucas, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. in the first inning. That's been typical against a righty really all season, but they do make one big swap in the order. Anthony Santander had been moved to the bottom third. He goes up to clean up in the lineup, and we'll talk about that more when he hits for the first time. But George Springer is walking to the plate, puts a hand on the back of Cal Raleigh, and salutes to the Mariner dugout as we get set for the first pitch of Game 3 of the ALDS. Kirby rearranging the rosin bag and spike cleaner on the back of the hill, tightens up his shoelaces, picks up his glove, and blows in his right hand as he walks toward the rubber. Springer settles into the righty box, looking out to Kirby, who stretches his arm above his head and flaps his glove. Right-hander into the wind, kicks, and the pitch. Fastball in there, strike 1. Time of the first pitch, 5:10 local, 8:10 Eastern, 15 degrees and windy in Seattle. A little sunlight on the center field bleachers. 0-1. Springer swings late and grounds the ball to third. 2 hops, and it's backhanded by Suarez, who throws to first for the first out of the game.
And there was that good slider down and away. First pitch was actually a fastball at 97 miles an hour. I was a bit surprised by that. We've seen a lot of pitches over the course of the year try to flip a breaking ball in first pitch because George Springer loves to ambush guys first pitch of the ball game. But that was a good sequence right there. Fastball, slider, see you later.
Springer had led off 3 straight games with an extra base hit. A major league record in the postseason, but that has come to an end today. First pitch to Nathan Lucas, called a strike. Home plate umpire tonight is Ben May. Marvin Hudson, the crew chief, at first base. DJ Rayburn at second. Quinn Walcott at third, with Ryan Addington in left and Doug Eddings in right. 0-1 pitch. Lucas fouls it away. It's 0-2.
2 good heaters. 1 up and away, 1 at the top of the strike zone, almost on the hands. You can see how well he locates that pitch. He's done just that over the course of his career.
Time called. They'll get Kirby a new baseball. Long sleeves for Lucas on a chilly 15-degree/59 degree night in Seattle. The wind and the 0-2. Inside. Lucas turned out of the way of a sinker. Ball 1.
Averages about 96 miles an hour with that sinker. That last sinker was 98 miles an hour.
So he might be a little pumped up for this big game. Mariners leading the series 2-0. No score in the first with 1 out and the bases empty. The 1-2. Swing and a miss. He got him. Lucas laid on 97 in the zone. First strikeout for Kirby. 2 down in the first.
The Blue Jays know that he threw 50% sliders in his last start. So it almost looks, early on at least, like they're expecting him to throw more sliders than he is. I mean, that was a great sequence. Just fastball after fastball to Nathan Lucas. Blew that last one right by him.
2 out, space is empty. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. to the plate. And the pitch. Downstairs, ball 1, missed with 98 off the corner. It's another 98-mile-an-hour sinker. The 1-0 pitch. Guerrero serves it foul over the first base dugout and into the seats, 1-1.
This place is loud, Ben.
It is. They have never led an ALCS going into Game 3, let alone hosting it. 1-1 pitch. Guerrero with a high chopper to third, tracking back. Suarez with a leaping snag, bounces it to first, and it's by and into the camera well. Guerrero will get second base for free on what could go as an infield hit, but will definitely go as an error on Eugenio Suarez.
Well, I think Suarez, who made a great play to actually come up with that baseball, had more time than he initially thought. Threw that baseball quickly to first base. One-hopped it. Obviously, Josh Naylor couldn't come up with it. That was actually a really tough play. He had to deal with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. running past him as he was trying to pick that baseball. But now the Blue Jays have to come up with a big hit here, and Anthony Santander, who's in the cleanup spot, needs to do that.
A hit and an error. Guerrero on second, 2 outs, no score in the top of the first. Kirby from the stretch, the pitch. Slider, called strike, just grabbed the outside edge. Santander 3 for 13 in these playoffs, 2 RBIs. Both came on a 2-run single in Game 3 in New York. 0-1 pitch, upstairs. Santander asks a question of the home plate ump, Ben May. Switch hitter batting left with a runner in scoring position and 2 outs. A look to second, one more peek, and the 1-1. Swing and a miss. Blew 97 by him right at the top of the zone, 1-2.
That was a good fastball, good velocity. But I tell you what, that was a good swing from Anthony Santander. He just missed that pitch. He was right on it.
Hill asks for time and collects his thoughts as he adjusts his white batting gloves. Steps back into the box. Toes of his left foot near the inside chalk. Spin to the bat. He brings it up to his left shoulder. Kirby is set. And with 2 outs, the 1-2 pitch. Up and in, 2-2. Missed at 98 again with a sinker.
That almost got him in the hands. And again, that opens up the outside part of the plate. You make that big guy feel uncomfortable with that hard stuff inside, and you can go away with something.
Does have an occasional splitter. Kirby doesn't use it much. His 2-2. Swing and a foul tip, strike 3. Got him on a slider, and it's a scoreless top of the first with 2 punch-outs for George Kirby. No runs, a hit, 1 error, 1 left. And we'll see Shane Bieber in a scoreless Game 3 of the ALCS when we come back for the bottom of the first. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
How do we craft tires specifically designed for Canadian weather conditions? We journey alongside them and endure the unexpected challenges the road throws at them. Winter is approaching quickly. Are you prepared? Choose Yokohama. Tailored precisely for Canadian weather, snow, ice, and cold can turn every drive into a challenge. Stay safe with the Yokohama Fall Rebate. Until November 30th, receive up to $100 back when you purchase 4 eligible Yokohama tires. Stay in control and drive with confidence. Choose Yokohama. Made precisely for you.
It's time to face your fears. Are you brave enough? Screamers! Toronto's original haunted attraction awaits you. Don't be scared. Confront all 7 haunted mazes, and if you survive the gauntlets, capture your terrified expression at our bone-chewing photo ops. Book your tickets at screamers.ca. Never go alone.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. His 8th K today.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
It's the first inning brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Bring nature to your backyard with Armstrong, feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. 2 strikeouts to strand a runner in scoring position for George Kirby in the top of the first inning, and we'll see the Seattle Mariners hit at T-Mobile Park in the bottom of the first in a second against Shane Bieber. I'm Ben Schulman. To my right is Chris LaRue. Bieber this year 4-2 with a 3.5 ERA and 7 starts, coming off Tommy John surgery. Bieber's playoff debut for the Blue Jays cut short after 2 2/3. He gave up 5 hits, 3 runs, 2 of them earned. John Schneider said circumstances led to the early pull. The Blue Jays were looking to clinch the ALDS with a lead. They saw a slight wobble from him in that start and took him out early. We'll see what he has in this one. He'll begin with the longtime Ray and now Mariner, Randy Arozarena. Right-hander Bieber staring in at the righty hitter Arozarena. The wind and the pitch. Just outside with a fastball at 93, ball 1. 4-seamer slider, knuckle curve, kick changeup, and cutter for Bieber. His 1-0. Just below the knees, says Ben May. 2 balls, no strikes.
2 pitches to lead off this game, just off the plate outside. You have to throw strikes or Arozarena with Cal Raleigh on deck.
And there's a strike with a cutter elevated in the zone. Freezes Arozarena. It's 2-1. Arozarena, a 27-homer man this year. 5 for 31 in the playoffs. 2-1. Up and in with a breaking ball. 3 balls and 1 strike as Arozarena had to duck out of the way of the slider. 5th career playoff start for Bieber. His 3-1. Inside, ball 4. Very uncharacteristic of a command guy like Bieber. He walks the leadoff hitter in the bottom of the first.
Yeah, and those last couple of pitches really weren't close to the strike zone. You got to lock in here with Cal Raleigh walking to the plate. And also, you have to keep an eye on Randy Arozarena, who had 31 stolen bases this season. Probably won't take off here with no outs and Raleigh up at the plate, but you still have to pay attention to him.
Here is the guy they call the big dumper. Switch hitter batting left. Raleigh stands in from the stretch of the pitch. In there for his strike, starts him with a fastball at the bottom part of the zone. 0-1. He very well could be the MVP that Mariners fans are chanting for right now. Raleigh with 60 homers on the year. 0-1. Swing and a deep drive foul. Got way out in front of that cutter in on him. And it's 0-2.
And if you're going to come into him, that's where you have to be up and in. Even if he's on time with that pitch, he's just going to hit it foul like he did right there. Did have the distance, but that was way foul down the right field line.
28-year-old switch hitter bounces his bat on the plate. Wheels it around and looks out to Shane Bieber. No score, bottom of the first. Runner on first and no outs. The 0-2 pitch. In the dirt, blocked by Kirk, sliding to his right. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Alejandro Kirk announced as a finalist for the Gold Glove at catcher this season. Standing right beside a platinum glover at that position last year in Cal Raleigh.
And he deserves it. He just showed off his blocking skills right there, keeping Arozarena at first.
Guerrero with a slight hold on Arozarena. Blue Jays shift toward first with Big Raleigh up. Bieber's 1-2. Down and in again, 2-2. Twice he's trying to make him chase back foot sliders. That one landed where he wanted it, but Raleigh wouldn't budge. And Cal Raleigh's worked himself a 2-2 count.
And a good job from Shane Bieber holding the baseball on the mound out there, forcing Arozarena to feel uncomfortable. At the same time, you still want to make good pitches to Cal Raleigh and not concern yourself too much with that guy at first base.
Despite only slightly above average speed, Arozarena with 31 stolen bases this regular season. 2-2. Lifted down the left field line, chasing after it. Lucas crosses over the chunk and makes the grab on the side warning track. Rifles it back because Arozarena was way off first base. And Arozarena gets back in there. 1 out, a big out as they get Raleigh.
That is a massive out, but I'm more impressed by the fact that Nathan Lucas caught that baseball, threw it all the way from foul territory down that left field line, and almost got Randy Arozarena at first base. Not sure what Arozarena was doing, but that's a heck of a play out there. Really heads up from Nathan Lucas.
Lina just slapped Arozarena on the arm. You know, you want to take a bit of a lead, but once you see Lucas get into foul territory, you got to be back there. He did get back in time. So he's on first, 1 out. Julio Rodriguez up, and a throw over to first. They almost got him, but he dives back in safe.
No point to the dugout from Vladimir Guerrero Jr. That tells you that he did not get him.
John Schneider's still looking. You do get 2 challenges in the postseason, but they will not use one here. Arozarena reestablishes his 3.5-step lead. Inches it out slightly. Bieber in the set, peeking over his shoulder. And the pitch to Rodriguez. There goes Arozarena. Pitch is called to strike. Throw to second a little bit late. Arozarena beat it out. Good pitch to run on. A slider at 85. And Arozarena has his 4th stolen base of the season. He's on second.
It wasn't a bad throw from Alejandro Kirk back there. But Arozarena stole that base on Shane Bieber. Got a really nice jump. Got in there pretty easily.
Arozarena and Naylor, 2 of the smartest base stealers in baseball. Arozarena on second, 1 out. Scoreless game, bottom 1. The pitch. Rodriguez checks his swing on a heater inside. 1 ball and 1 strike. So the Blue Jays had a runner in scoring position with 2 outs in the top half. The Mariners, with 1 out in the bottom half of the first, have a runner on second. Bieber just shook off his sign. Now he sets, staring at Arozarena. His pitch to Rodriguez is lifted out to left center and deep. Lucas in a jog, looking up. That ball is gone. Julio Rodriguez sends Seattle into madness in the bottom of the first as the Mariners jump in front 2-0.
Well, we talked about this before the ball game. The key to success for Shane Bieber is executing his pitches. Hasn't done that really at all in this start. He throws that fastball almost right down the middle. Julio Rodriguez, in a good hitter's count, did not miss it. He barreled it up and got it out of here in a hurry.
For Rodriguez, his 2nd home run of the series, 3rd of the postseason overall. And this place was already loud, even louder now with the Mariners holding a 1st-inning lead. First pitch to Jorge Polanco, hit deep to right center. Santander on the run, and it's over his head, and 1 hops the fence. Ground rule double. Jorge Polanco on a curve on the outer third. He got around it, and the Mariners threatening again, already up 2-0.
That's a pretty good piece of hitting from Jorge Polanco, waiting back, finding a way to get the barrel to that baseball, and just missing a home run with that ground rule double. If you're Shane Bieber, you got to go to work now. You got to start making pitches. 1 through 6, 1 through 7 in this lineup is very, very powerful. They hit a lot of home runs. They hit a lot of line drives. You have to be careful to Josh Naylor here. You're already down 2-0. You don't want to go down 3-0.
Naylor up, batting left, the Mississauga native. Faces a first pitch from Bieber, his former teammate, and he grounds it foul, 0-1. Naylor in the postseason, 9 for 31. 2 doubles, a homer, a walk, and 4 strikeouts. Bieber set, peeks back at the runner on second, Polanco. And the 0-1. In the dirt, 1 ball and 1 strike. Infield shift toward first base. The shortstop, Andres Jimenez, plays almost right behind the second base bag. But Barger's got to stay close to third with a runner on second. 1-0, hit foul. Or rather, a 1-1 hit foul to make it 1-2.
You have to stay out of the zone here. You don't want Josh Naylor barreling something up here, or finding a way to get to the outfield. Jorge Polanco has decent speed out there at second base. Probably will score on anything to the outfield.
Hands on knees for Polanco. Small lead off second. Bieber staring at him. Has not seen yet. Now he will. That Naylor's asked for time. 2-0 series lead for the Mariners, and in this bottom of the first, they lead 2-0 on the Julio Rodriguez homer. Beavers 1-2 in the dirt. We welcome you to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Show Ali is our host and producer. Tom Young, Lloyd Glazer, and Phil Holter, our technical directors. Open stance for Naylor, leaning back from the left side. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3, and he lost his bat. It's tumbling toward the Mariners dugout. Chased a fastball eye high, and there are 2 down.
Probably missed his location by a little bit, but that's a good sequence. Getting that fastball at about eye level. Getting Josh Naylor to swing and miss there. Josh Naylor obviously thinking something else in that situation. He was just beat by that fastball.
And that was literally past his eyes. Yeah. Although a guy who swings a lot can be a bad ball hitter, but he goes down. 2 outs in the bottom of the first inning. 2-0 Mariners, and the pitch to Eugenio Suarez. Just high, ball 1.
If I'm Shane Bieber, I'm careful with Eugenio Suarez. You have that open base at first base, especially now that you're behind in the count 1-0.
The pitch, fouled back. Slider right over the middle, and he got away with one there. It's 1-1.
Yeah, I don't know if he was trying to throw that pitch there. Probably trying to throw it down and away. But now that you snuck a strike in there, you can really throw whatever you want in this count.
Suarez 4 for 29 in the postseason. A double and a homer. 1-1. Swing and a miss. He was sitting something else way behind 92 there. It's 1-2.
Seems like he's pitching backwards just a little bit. Normally you wouldn't see a fastball in that count. Throw another one just around the neck.
Suarez rests the bat on his right shoulder. Polanco on second. The 1-2. Lifted to shallow left center. Andres Jimenez, the shortstop, on the grass, calls for it. Angles left and makes the catch to end the first inning. But the Mariners strike for a pair. 2-run homer by Julio Rodriguez after the leadoff walk. A double from Polanco left stranded. It's 2-0 Seattle after an inning. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hey, it's Gurdeep Ahluwalia. Experience a legacy that lasts at Don Valley North Lexus. Right now, lease a 2026 NX 350 premium package from just $628 per month for 28 months at 3.9%. Plus, qualified Lexus loyalty guests receive a 1.5% rate reduction for rates as low as 2.4%. See DonValleyNorthLexus.com for details.
At Don Valley North for Lexus.
A division of Wayne's Auto Group.
Managing a condo isn't easy unless you have the right partner. Proudly Canadian and based right here in the GTA, First Service Residential helps condo boards simplify life. From budgeting and building operations to front desk and cleaning services. Whether you're in a townhome community or a high-rise tower, their local experts keep things running smoothly. First Service Residential, Ontario's leading condominium management company. Say hello to life simplified. Find them online. Simply search First Service Residential.
Princess Margaret Home Lottery bonus prize deadline is October 24th. Win a stunning $1.2 million fully furnished luxury Yorkville Toronto condo. Season tickets to the Toronto Maple Leafs and the Toronto Raptors, plus $50,000. You're also in to win the spectacular $7 million grand prize, a stunning Oakville show home, and $500,000. Hurry, bonus prize deadline is October 24th. Buy now at PrincessMargaretLotto.com. Play responsibly. Raffle 148851.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Top of the second inning in Seattle. The Mariners leading the American League Championship Series 2-0. And right now they are leading Game 3, 2-0. Julio Rodriguez launched a homer to left center field in the bottom of the first. So the Blue Jays, again, will look to get back in a game here as they get set for Alejandro Kirk, Dalton Varsho, and Addison Barger to hit against George Kirby in inning number 2.
Well, George Kirby looked fantastic in that first inning. Threw a lot of strikes, and that fastball generally sat about 97, 98 miles an hour. If you're the Blue Jays, looks like you're going to have to be aggressive.
This is the sneaky thing about the Seattle Mariners. I think they snuck up on people because they had a good record at 90 and 72, but did not lead the division for a lot of that year. But Kirby was hurt part of the year. Gilbert was hurt part of the year. Miller was hurt pretty much the whole year. And now everyone is starting to round into form, and it is creating a pretty scary team here in this ALCS. 2-0 Seattle lead. Kirby settling back onto the middle of the rubber. He faces the plate and looks in at Alejandro Kirk. The wind in the pitch. Outside, ball one. Not to mention Julio Rodriguez had a slow start, and they added Eugenio Suarez and Josh Naylor at the deadline. It's a much different team than it was early in the year. 1-0 pitch. Outside, ball two.
And also, Bryce Miller is still hurt.
Yeah,
and he looked fantastic in his first start here in this series.
Now, should be noted, the Blue Jays came here in May. They swept the Mariners in Seattle. 2-0 pitch to Kirk. On the inside edge, 97 with a sinker, strike one.
I like that take there. That's not the pitch you're looking for. Looks like Alejandro is waiting for his pitch and being patient up there.
He's looking to get going in this series, Kirk. Here's the 2-1. And he shoots the ball on a line, leaping catch at first, Josh Naylor. That's a heck of a play from the Mississauga native, 1 out.
Yeah, that's the approach that we've seen from Alejandro Kirk when he's seeing the ball well. That was a good fastball, 97, almost right down the middle. He shot it the other way, but, I mean, you got to tip your cap. Josh Naylor was playing in the perfect position, about 20 feet off the first base bag.
Climbed the ladder a little bit to catch it on the backhand side. And after tossing it around the horn, George Kirby has it back, and Dalton Varsho is at the plate. 1 out, base is empty, 2-0 Mariners. The pitch. Varsho takes, called strike one, a slider that just clipped the top of the zone. Left-handed hitter is batting 7 for 23 in the postseason, a .304 average, 5 extra base hits. 0-1, fouled it back. A little bit late there on 96, but that was 96 right down the middle. It's 0-2.
Yeah, and I like that swing. Anthony Santander had a big swing early on in a fastball. Dalton Varsho really let loose right there. Looks like the Blue Jays are going for it here. I like the aggressiveness that they've shown so far in the first couple of innings.
1 out, top of the second, an 0-2 count with the bases empty. Kirby flapping his glove into the wind. 2-strike pitch. Popped up by Varsho. Should be playable. Foul territory, first base side. Naylor over the postseason logo makes the catch. 2 outs.
Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, which is brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. On now for a limited time, all-you-can-eat classic Angus burgers for just $14.99. You heard that right. Visit stlouiswings.com for full details. You are welcome.
Blue Jays Mariners is the only game in action tonight, but if you missed it yesterday, the Dodgers took a second game on the road against the Brewers, winning 5-1 on the back of a complete game from Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Pitched down to Addison Barger. Washington native takes high ball 1. Teoscar Hernandez also had a home run for the Dodgers in that game. Game 3 goes from Los Angeles with Tyler Glasnow set to pitch tomorrow. 1-0. High, 2 balls and no strikes. Barger's worked himself into a nice hitter's count.
George Kirby is really locating to the top of the strike zone well. That's something that he's done over the course of his career, but tonight he's doing it really, really well.
4th season for the righty, his 2-0 pitch. And Barger lifts it out to center, right near Julio Rodriguez. Backed up, but now creeps in and toward right center to make the grab and make it a 1-2-3, top of the second. 2-0 Mariners, middle of 2. You're listening to Game 3 of the American League Championship Series, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes
so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Your business runs 24/7. But what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Trusted for over 60 years. Visit BagleyOverheadDoors.com today.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
The Blue Jays beat baseball's best team
on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
As the games get bigger, so do Jays Care's league-leading 50-50 jackpots. The ALCS jackpot is over $930,000. Join in and become Jays Care's next life-changing winner. Get your tickets today at bluejays.com/5050 from Ontario or Nova Scotia. Tough start to the game from a Blue Jay perspective. They trail 2-0 going to the bottom of the second, while George Kirby has retired 6 of 7. On the Seattle pitching side, Shane Bieber looks to bounce back after giving up a walk, 2 hits, and a 2-run homer to Julio Rodriguez in the first.
Yeah, looked a little bit shaky early on in that first inning, but he settled in nicely. Let's see if he can continue to throw strikes here in this second inning.
He'll get the bottom third of the Mariner order. It starts with DH Dominic Canzone. Canzone kicking away some dirt in the lefty box, taps home plate and looks out to the righty Bieber. Into the wind to pitch. Check swing, called strike, change up at the top of the zone, powered in at 88, 0-1. Infield shift toward first, the 0-1 pitch. Right there for strike 2, 93 on the outer third.
Good sequence, good changeup, good fastball. Now you're ahead 0-2. Throw something out of the strike zone. Get that important first out here in the second inning.
Canzone had asked for time, steps back in, gripping his black bat above his left shoulder. 2-strike pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him to chase a breaking ball in the dirt. That's the knuckle curve for Bieber, and there's 1 out.
That was about as good as it gets for Shane Bieber. A good changeup, a good fastball down in that strike zone, and then he threw his best pitch, that good knuckle curve. Looked like a strike, and then it bounced just behind home plate. I mean, if Shane Bieber can continue to locate his pitches like that, he'll be fine the rest of the way.
And we saw a lot during the regular season as he gets back still from major elbow surgery. He'd have blips, and then he'd look like himself again. His first pitch to Victor Robles is in there. Strike 1, a slider right on the edge. In his last start against the Yankees, he didn't get the chance to recover from a blip, but he more than likely will tonight. 0-1. Another breaking ball in there, and he's ahead of Robles, 0-2. That's 5 straight strikes to begin this inning. Robles, the right-handed hitting right fielder, 3 for 22 in the postseason. 0-2. Check swing. Did he go? He did, says Ben May from behind home plate. Strike 3 swinging on a slider outside. 2 down.
Well, it definitely looks like he's found something. Alejandro Kirk is clapping his hands right now, putting that bare hand into his glove. He knows that Shane Bieber is looking a little bit better than he did in that first inning. That's a great sign.
Looking for a confidence-boosting second. He offers home to J.P. Crawford. And the pitch is just a hair low. A miss by a fraction of an inch. 1-0. Crawford's the 9-hitter. Long-haired, left-handed hitting shortstop. 1-0 pitch. Foul tip.
Good velo. 94 with that 4-seam fastball that was just off the plate. Got a swing and miss from J.P. Crawford.
Wide open stance Crawford. He twitches his lead right foot. And the 1-1. Inside. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Alejandro Kirk was throwing the baseball back to Shane Bieber, and I think it actually hit J.P. Crawford. That ball actually ended up in the glove of Andres Jimenez at shortstop.
Shades of the 2015 American League Division Series with Russell Martin and Shin-Soo Choo. A series where the Blue Jays went down 2-0 with 2 home losses and came back to win the series. 2-1. High and outside. 3 balls and 1 strike.
You don't want to lose J.P. Crawford with the top of the order coming up. Randy Arozarena standing on deck right now.
30-year-old Crawford awaits a 3-1. Called strike right at the top of the zone, maybe a hair above it. Crawford was getting ready to take off the shin guard, but he didn't take a step, so he's ready to go again on 3-2. 2 outs, bases empty. 2-0, and the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Shane Bieber punches out the side in the bottom of the second, and we'll see if that can spark the Blue Jays in Game 3 of the ALCS. 2-0 Mariners. We head to the third. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey you, while we've got your ear, let's talk about what's catching everyone's eye. Could it be your faucet that drips all night long? Or your toilet that never seems to flush right the first time? Don't worry, help is always within reach at Home Hardware. Get everything you need and turn those side eyes into second looks at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale. Save 20% on select Moen faucets and save 10% on American Standard toilets. Earn and redeem Scene Plus points at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale on now until October 22nd. Only at Home Hardware and Building Centers. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian.
Your business runs 24/7, but what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks, trusted for over 60 years. Visit BagleyOverheadDoors.com today.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Called strike 3, and the ball game is over.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
It's the third inning, brought to you by Crown. Canada's team is back in the playoffs, and your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers are proud to be a part of it. For over 40 years, Crown has protected vehicles from rust, keeping them strong and ready for the road, just like a great playoff baseball team. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays radio broadcast. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight from T-Mobile Park in Seattle. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. 2-0 for the Mariners as we start the top of the third, but Shane Bieber just punched out the side in the bottom of the second. We'll see if that can get Ernie Clement going as he leads off this third inning.
Yeah, Ernie Clement just 1 for 7 in the series, but still has really good numbers overall in the playoffs. 10 for 21, a home run, and 5 RBIs. Let's see if he can look more like he was in that Yankees series.
And he did go 9 for 14 against New York, so a little bit of regression was probably due. He'll lead off here. Sun shining off a building over left center. Brightens up T-Mobile Park for the first pitch of the inning. And Clement lines it toward left field. Fair ball bouncing into the corner. Ernie tears around first. He'll easily get into second with a first pitch leadoff double.
Well, that looks more like it. Ernie Clement getting that sinker at 96 on the inner third, a pitch that he really handles well. And what an important base hit, a double, a leadoff double with nobody out here in this third inning.
Should mention he doesn't only do it with the stick. Ernie Clement nominated for 2 Gold Gloves this year. He is both a finalist at third base and as a utility player. The second base finalist, and Andres Jimenez, is up now with the corners in and no one out. A lot of space on the left side of the infield for the left-handed hitter. Kirby kicks and deals. First pitch, swing in, a foul back, 0-1.
It almost seems like the Seattle Mariners are expecting a sac bunt here with Ernie Clement standing at second with nobody out. And I wouldn't be shocked if that happens here, even with 1 strike.
They hardly move back after the swing. Naylor maybe a step or 2. Corners are still in, though, and the 0-1. Swing and a high drive. Right field. Robles racing back to the warning track. Looks up at the wall. It's gone. Andres Jimenez with a 2-run blast to tie the game in the third.
You have got to be kidding me. Andres Jimenez with one of the biggest swings of his life. The Seattle Mariners were expecting a sac bunt, and they got a 2-run home run. What a swing.
His first homer of the playoffs and his 8th regular season and postseason combined. A 400-foot moonshot over the Boeing sign in right center. It's 2-2 in the third. In 3 pitches this inning, the Blue Jays have tied the game.
2 really good swings. 2 of the best swings of this series so far. Now the Blue Jays have the top of the order up here still with nobody out in this inning.
It's a new ball game with 7 innings to go. 2-2 Blue Jays and Mariners. And the first pitch to George Springer inside, ball 1. Crowd's still loud, but a different tenor to it right now after that Jimenez swing. 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss.
Well, I think it's a mixture of Blue Jays fans excited now and boos from Mariners fans trying to drown out those Blue Jays fans.
And if you don't know, this is not an easy place to hit home runs. Bottom 10 in baseball in that respect. The 1-1 pitch hit foul, 1-2. And that's over the last 3 years. It's been the 9th toughest place to hit homers in all of baseball. And Andres Jimenez just launched one out to right center. 1-2 to Springer. And he lifts it down the right field line. Long run, Victor Robles. Curling toward the corner, leaps toward the sidewall. What a catch, Victor Robles. Slammed his ribs into the sidewall about 5 feet high. And Robles grimacing, but got the reward for it. A nice catch for the first out of the third.
Yeah, what a play down there. The ribs ran into that short wall in foul territory. Hopefully he's okay. He looks like he's okay. Slowly walking back to his position over in right field. That's a big first out.
2-2 ball game. 1 out, base is empty. Top of the third. The pitch to Nathan Lucas. Outside, ball 1. Third baseman Suarez plays in. A lot of space on the left side because the rest of the infield shifts toward first. 1-0 pitch. Lucas serves it foul over the netting down the left field line and into the sea of blue. Different shades of it, but all blue at this ballpark. It's 1-1. And that's a bit of a mistake that Kirby just got away with, by the way. That was right down the middle with a slider. Right-handers 1-1. Lucas lines it right center field. That'll get down for a base hit. Cut off quickly by the speedy Rodriguez. Lucas has a single, and the Blue Jays have 3 hits in 4 batters this inning with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. coming up.
That was actually a pretty good pitch from George Kirby. It was 96 in on the hands in the strike zone. Nathan Lucas doing a good job ripping those hands through, finding a way to get it over second baseman Jorge Polanco. Didn't hit it all that hard, but got just enough to get it out to the outfield.
This is a big outfield. Potentially could play into the hand of a line drive hitting team like the Blue Jays. And before Vladimir Guerrero Jr. hits, Cal Raleigh's going to go out there and talk to his starter, Kirby.
Yeah, you want to slow the heart rate. It's been a tough inning for George Kirby. He's thrown a decent amount of pitches. And obviously the best hitter in this lineup is coming up to bat. He's standing near that batter's box. Nathan Lucas standing at first base. This is potentially the biggest situation that George Kirby will face in this start. So you want to go out there and make sure that game plan is on point.
George Kirby allowed a first pitch double in this inning to Ernie Clement. Followed that up by giving up an 0-1 homer to Jimenez on a middle 4-seamer. George Springer flied out on a great play in foul territory from Victor Robles before Nathan Lucas lined a 1-1 pitch to right center field. Where that leaves us is 2-2 the score between the Blue Jays and Mariners. 1 out in the top of the third. Lucas on first, and as Kirby sets, Vladdy is at the plate. Right on right, the pitch from the stretch. Outside, ball 1. Guerrero 1 for 1, had an infield hit on a Baltimore chop to third. It was thrown away by Eugenio Suarez, so he got up to second back in that first inning. Kick in the 1-0. Right there for a strike. Slider hung all over the middle of the plate, 1-1.
That's a pitch that Vladimir Guerrero Jr. hammers if he swings the bat. Didn't swing at it, though.
Checked his swing, but must have been looking for something else. 1-1 pitch. Swing and a deep line drive, hooking toward the left field fence. That's off the wall. Lucas up to third. Guerrero digging for second. Crawford holds it on the cutoff, and it's second and third. One out as Vladdy has doubled. 4 hits in 5 batters this inning.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. missed a home run by about 3 feet, hit the top of that wall out in left field. The Blue Jays have runners at second and third now with just 1 out in this inning. Anthony Santander standing in that batter's box. 2 sliders in a row that hung over the plate from George Kirby. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. took the first one and then absolutely smoked the second one.
When you hang 2 sliders to Vladdy, a double's almost a good result getting out of it that way. Infield in now for the Mariners early in this game. Second and third, 1 out. The pitch to Anthony Santander. Swing and a miss. Fastball right on the inner edge of the zone, elevated at the hands. 0-1.
If you're Anthony Santander, you can't try to do too much. You have to get your pitch and try to lift something to the outfield.
Got good speed on third in Lucas. Decent speed on second in Guerrero. 0-1 pitch. Down and in. Lunged forward, but held up his swing on a strike-to-ball slider. 1-1.
Yeah, that was a good take. Good pitch, too.
Tap of the opposite corner and then back corner of the plate for Anthony Santander, who awaits a 1-1. Here's the pitch. Outside. Near miss with a slider. It's 2-1. Left-sided infielders are right at the cut of the infield grass, a little deeper on the right side with Santander hitting left. 2-1. Fouled back. Pretty good slider, landed just at the bottom or maybe a hair below the zone. Tipped away behind him. It's 2-2. And the fans on their feet here at T-Mobile Park trying to will George Kirby to get out of this jam. 2-2 game, 2-2 count, 1 out. Runners on second and third. Kirby's pitch. Low ball 3.
That's a great take. A really nice slider in the strike zone and then out of the strike zone. Anthony Santander obviously shortening up that swing a little bit, protecting, followed that baseball all the way in.
First base is open, and a potential double play candidate is on deck in Alejandro Kirk. So Kirby doesn't have to throw something in the zone here on 3-2. Righty set, glove at his chest. And the payoff pitch. Hit on the ground to first. Naylor charges gloves, looks off the runner and goes to the bag. That was a 4-seamer middle in, but in enough that Santander couldn't get extended. That'll be the second out of the inning, keeping the runners on second and third.
That's a big out for George Kirby. A good pitch and a 3-2 count. Like you said, he didn't have to throw something in the strike zone, didn't have to challenge him, but he challenged him with that good hard fastball.
And he had thrown him 4 sliders in a row, so really changed it up there on Santander. Infield backs up, second and third, 2 outs. In a 2-2 game, Alejandro Kirk hits. Kirby's pitch. High, ball 1. A little outside maybe as well.
Josh Naylor, the first baseman, is playing exactly where he was playing last time Alejandro was up, when he hit a good hard line drive that he caught.
Naylor made a leaping catch to take away a hit. Now the 1-0. Outside 2-0.
A couple of fastballs, not really close. I'm not sure if they're staying away from him. Looks like it. I don't know why they would do that, though, with Dalton Varsho coming up next.
Hitters count for Kirk. Expecting a strike here. The 2-0. Low ball 3. Perhaps they are staying away from him. That was a slider way down and away. But Kirk is not one to chase very often, so he's just stood in there and worked a 3-0 count.
Seems strange, but maybe that's what they're doing.
Kirk is a better high heater hitter than Dalton Varsho is, despite Varsho being a lefty. Maybe they like the matchup more. 3-0 pitch. Kirk takes a strike. Sinker right over the middle. I was wondering if they'd give him the green light. Looks like they didn't, considering how middle that pitch was. Still room to cash in runs. Guerrero on second, Lucas on third. 2 outs and a 2-2 score. The 3-1 pitch. Down and away, ball 4, and that walk will load the bases. Kirby spun away, looking up to the sky in frustration.
4 pitches in that at-bat that weren't close, and George Kirby has a good feel for the strike zone. Pitching coach Pete Woodworth is going to come out and have a chat with the whole infield right now, but George Kirby has a good feel for the strike zone. He has good command of all of his pitches, and that's why I said that they might be pitching around him there, because you really don't see him throw 4 pitches nowhere near the strike zone very often in one at-bat.
Entire Mariners infield on the mound now as slowly J.P. Crawford joins the fold. And Ben May, the home plate ump, walking out to break it up. If you weren't with us at the start of this inning, it was 2-0 Mariners headed into the top of the third. Ernie Clement hit the first pitch of the inning down the left field line for a double. 2 pitches later, Andres Jimenez with his first postseason home run as a Toronto Blue Jay launched a moonshot to right center to tie the game. After an out recorded on a George Springer fly ball, Lucas single, Guerrero double. There was a ground out by Santander and now a walk. So bases loaded, 2 outs, tie game, top of the third. The pitch to Dalton Varsho. Down and in, bounced away from Raleigh, who snatched it up with his bare hand to keep it from truly getting away, and he keeps Lucas on third. Good improvisation from the Platinum Glover, 1-0.
And now you're ahead in the count, 1-0. You're in a good hitter's count here. You know that George Kirby wants to throw strikes. The bases are loaded, so you have to be ready for your pitch here.
Kirby did almost hit Varsho with that back foot slider, almost became a literal back foot slider. Now the right-hander's set. His 50th pitch of the start. Swing and a miss. It gets away from Raleigh to the backstop, and into score goes Nathan Lucas. Up to third, Guerrero. Into second, Kirk. It is 3-2 Blue Jays on a wild pitch.
You don't see that very often. Number one, you don't see George Kirby throw a breaking ball in the dirt almost in front of home plate, and generally speaking, you don't see Cal Raleigh let those pitches get by him. He didn't try to block that baseball, which is interesting. You have to get your chest protector in front of that ball and keep that run at third base. That is just a weird play all the way around.
Got a little handsy on that pitch in the dirt. Second and third now, and the 1-1 is drilled by Varsho to right. Racing back, Robles turns it off the fence. Into score, Guerrero. Kirk will score as well. Ball gets away from Robles, but Varsho stays at second with a 2-run double.
What a swing from Dalton Varsho. He got the elevated heater, and he smoked it. Another ball off the top of the wall. The second of the inning for the Toronto Blue Jays. Missed a home run by about 3 feet in right field. A couple more runs in this ball game. 5-2 Toronto now. What an inning for them.
Dalton Varsho hit that 110 miles an hour. It raced its way to the fence and probably hit the wall about 2-3 feet from the top of it. Runner on second, 2 outs now. The pitch to Addison Barger. It's hit on the ground to second. Polanco gets it on the edge of the infield. Turn and throws to first to finally end that inning. The Blue Jays send all 9 batters to the plate and score 5 runs in the inning on 5 hits. Andres Jimenez tied it with a 2-run homer, then a wild pitch and a Dalton Varsho 2-run double. Make it 5-2, middle of the third. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Home runs happen down by the lake, and home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved.
Managing a condo isn't easy unless you have the right partner. Proudly Canadian and based right here in the GTA, First Service Residential helps condo boards simplify life. From budgeting and building operations to front desk and cleaning services. Whether you're in a townhome community or a high-rise tower, their local experts keep things running smoothly. First Service Residential, Ontario's leading condominium management company. Say hello to life simplified. Find them online. Simply search First Service Residential.
You're hosting the perfect evening at home, relaxing at the cottage, or working at your small business. Suddenly, the power goes out. No lights, no Wi-Fi, no TV. But your Kohler backup generator from Paramount Power Systems kicks in automatically. No scrambling, no downtime, just peace of mind. For every power outage, Kohler and Paramount Power Systems have you covered. Visit ParamountPower.com for your free quote. Kohler and Paramount Power Systems. Power when you need it most.
Mazda of Toronto, Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealer for over 12 straight years. The best brand, the #1 dealership. And when you drive to Mazda of Toronto, they make you #1. Your #1 volume Mazda dealership in Ontario. MazdaofToronto.com.
Hola, soy Vladimir Guerrero Jr. This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball. En la radio de Sputnik.
Welcome back to T-Mobile Park in Seattle. The Blue Jays, with a 5-run top of the third inning, have jumped in front of the Mariners 5-2 in Game 3 of the American League Championship Series. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. We welcome you to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. Show Ali, our host and producer, Tom Young, Lloyd Glazer, Phil Holter, our technical directors. Blue Jays have taken the lead, but a tough bottom of the third coming up here. Shane Bieber allowed 2 runs when he faced the top of the order in the first, and he will start this bottom of the third right back at the top of the order with Randy Arozarena leading off.
Well, he looked like a different guy in that first inning. Hopefully he still has command of that fastball in this inning.
He did punch out the side in the second. The pitch to Arozarena is in there, strike one, and that's a good sign considering he walked Arozarena on 5 pitches in the first. Next pitch on the corner. Beautiful breaking ball. Maybe a bit of a break of a call from Ben May, who expands the outside edge of the zone, and Bieber gets ahead 0-2. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. He's punched out 4 in a row with perhaps a little help, but either down.
And he's working really quickly, too. I like that. When a starting pitcher gets back on the rubber, that tells me that he feels really good out there.
For Shane Bieber, this is his 6th career start at T-Mobile Park. Previously, he's got a 1.5 ERA in near 30 innings. He faces Cal Raleigh, 1 out, bases empty, the pitch. Swing and a miss. Really nasty changeup right there at the bottom of the zone.
If you're going to throw another one of those, you have to get it out of the strike zone, below the strike zone.
Bieber kicks and deals. And the fastball's popped up. He points up in the air as it's near the mound. Ernie Clement coming in, and he'll make the catch on the infield grass very quickly in 5 pitches. 2 outs in this bottom of the third. Still 5-2 Blue Jays.
And that was a great sequence to Cal Raleigh. You got that changeup down in the strike zone for strike 1, and then you threw the fastball at the top of the strike zone, got him to pop up. I mean, it doesn't seem like Shane Bieber is afraid of Cal Raleigh. Not surprising, but that's a good thing.
2 outs, the pitch to Julio Rodriguez. In there, strike 1. Rodriguez taken all the way, might have been a little bit rushed by the pace of Bieber. Julio hit the 2-run homer to start the scoring in this game in the first. 0-1. Outside, 1 ball and 1 strike. First ball of the inning for Bieber, who didn't throw a ball until getting to the third batter last inning as well. His 1-1. Swing and a miss. Rodriguez expands on his slider well off the plate, and Bieber hunting another strikeout ahead 1-2. Not typically a huge strikeout guy. Shane Bieber has 5 through 2 2/3. Is wide, and the 1-2. Just off the plate, down and away. Pretty stingy take there from Rodriguez on the slider.
And Alejandro Kirk did a good job framing that pitch, making it look good. I thought that was actually a strike.
The 2-2. Swinging bunt up the third baseline. Charging Barger. Bare hand, and he won't throw. That's the smart play. Infield hit for Julio Rodriguez. Could see Kirk barking at Barger to hold on to that ball. Kirk points to Barger after the play, as that was going to be an infield hit no matter what.
Yeah, tough luck for Shane Bieber, who made another good pitch. A fastball in off the plate. Jams the batter, and unfortunately for him, he gives up the single that just trickles down that third base line. But you got to get to work here to Jorge Polanco, who's already doubled in this ball game.
Polanco was the last Mariner to reach before that infield hit from Rodriguez. 2 outs, runner on first. 5-2 Blue Jays, bottom 3. Right on left, the pitch to Polanco. Called strike. And before I say anything, I'm going to say I agree with you on this. But your key, one of them at least, is to get Cal Raleigh out. They might have to devote that same attention right now to Jorge Polanco. He's having the postseason of a lifetime. 0-1 pitch. And he hits it high in the air to center, but that'll stay in the yard. Varsho moving to right center, waves off Santander, makes the grab, and that's back-to-back scoreless frames for Shane Bieber. No runs, a hit, one left. We go to the fourth with the Blue Jays leading by a score of 5-2. Game 3 of the ALCS. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
With a Subaru, a vehicle that's built to last comes standard. Heated front seats? Standard. High ground clearance? Standard. EyeSight driver assist to help spot the scooter delivery guy texting, merging, and eating all at once? Standard. Parallel parking perfectly while someone watches? Uncommon. But in a Subaru? Standard-ish. Subaru. Uncommon comes standard. Hurry into your local Subaru dealership today for lease rates from 1.99% for 24 months on select models. And get great value that, you guessed it, comes standard. Conditions apply. See dealer for details.
Princess Margaret Home Lottery bonus prize deadline is October 24th. Win a stunning $1.2 million fully furnished luxury Yorkville, Toronto condo. Season tickets to the Toronto Maple Leafs and the Toronto Raptors, plus $50,000. You're also in to win the spectacular $7 million grand prize, a stunning Oakville show home, and $500,000. Hurry, bonus prize deadline is October 24th. Buy now at PrincessMargaretLotto.com. Play responsibly. Raffle 1488.21.
Managing a condo isn't easy unless you have the right partner. Proudly Canadian and based right here in the GTA, First Service Residential helps condo boards simplify life. From budgeting and building operations to front desk and cleaning services. Whether you're in a townhome community or a high-rise tower, their local experts keep things running smoothly. First Service Residential, Ontario's leading condominium management company. Say hello to life simplified. Find them online. Simply search First Service Residential.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
One pitch is hit high. No way. Varsho's done it again.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to T-Mobile Park. Sun is setting in Seattle. We can see just a small reflection of the setting sun in the skyscrapers beyond the ball as we get set for the fourth inning of Game 3 of the American League Championship Series. The Blue Jays trail in the series 2-0, but they're up so far tonight 5-2 on George Kirby and the Seattle Mariners, looking to build on what was a huge third inning where they scored 5 runs. They'll lead off the same guy, Ernie Clement.
Yeah, and the keys to success for the Blue Jays: throw strikes, make good pitches, and take advantage of George Kirby making mistakes. And that's exactly the way the ball game is going so far. Shane Bieber is doing his thing out on the mound, and the Blue Jays offense took advantage of every single mistake that George Kirby made in that third inning.
Blue Jays had 5 runs on 5 hits that inning, 4 extra base hits, 3 doubles, and a home run. Clement had the double on the first pitch of the inning. It was a sinker on the inner half. He turned on Eugenio Suarez at third place, close to the line. Kirby's pitch. Clement will take outside, ball 1. Mind the pitch count of George Kirby, just threw his 53rd. His last start, he threw 66. 1-0 pitch. Check swing, pitch down and away. Raleigh with no appeal, pump fakes and then throws it back to Kirby. 2-0.
And with 2 important ball games coming up, the Mariners are already down 3-0. It'll be interesting to see how Dan Wilson uses his bullpen.
2-0 pitch. Called strike. You have to imagine Wilson looked at this game as a game that could win you the series. Yeah. I mean, if the Mariners win tonight, there'll be a lot of 0-4 Red Sox talk back in Toronto. 2-1. Check swing on another slider down and away. 3-1. And we saw the Blue Jays in a true win and move on game in Game 3 be very aggressive with pitching in the ALDS. It's 5-2 Blue Jays here. 3-1 to Clement. Called strike. Ernie tried to flip the bat away, but that one had the outer third of the zone for sure. It's 3-2. It's a pretty rare Ernie Clement at bat. He has not swung in 5 straight pitches. One of the more aggressive hitters in baseball. 3-2. Called strike 3. Fastball at the knees to get Clement. Never swung the bat in 6 pitches. He goes down. 1 out.
I'm not sure we've ever seen that. Ernie Clement go down looking on 6 pitches, worked himself into a full count, then took strike 3 on the outside part. It's a good pitch from George Kirby. But you have to swing the bat here, or swing the bat there in a 3-2 count.
First pitch to Andres Jimenez, who homered to tie the game last inning, and it's a strike on the outer edge with a slider. Launched an 0-1 pitch to Jimenez, 400 feet to right center. 0-1. Swing and a miss. Great pitch there from Kirby. A back foot slider gets the whiff. Jimenez down to a knee, and he'll ask for time. Quickly on aggressive Mariners pitching. Note from our producer, Show Ali. Brian Wu has walked out to the Mariners bullpen in between innings, so potentially he could be available. 0-2 pitch. Jimenez grounds it foul. Now, the only thing I'll say is the Blue Jays in Game 4 of the division series walked both Trey Savage and Kevin Gausman out to the bullpen, and then later admitted the entire thing was a hoax to throw off the Yankees, so you never know. 0-2 pitch. Foul back, still 0-2.
But the Blue Jays were never down by 3 runs in that game.
That's true. But I don't know if you're being up or down would make you want to use them more or less. There's arguments both sides, I think, to bring in Wu to stop this, but you might want to save him for when you have a lead. 0-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Back-to-back punch-outs for Kirby, and he is not looking like a guy who is short for this game right now. That's his 4th strikeout so far.
Yeah, he's really found it here in this 4th inning. The command is just a little bit better. The break on his slider is just a little bit better. Hasn't thrown many mistakes in this inning.
2 outs, bases empty, top of 4, and the pitch to George Springer is drilled. Center field and deep. Going back, Rodriguez. Warning track wall. Out of here. To a chorus of boos, George Springer comes around third and home. A solo homer, and it's 6-2 Blue Jays in the top of the 4th.
Well, George Springer is known to ambush first pitch fastballs. He got a first pitch fastball about thigh high right down the middle, and he hammered that thing over that fence in center field. What a swing from him, and an important run for the Toronto Blue Jays.
His 3rd home run of the postseason. And the pitch to Nathan Lucas now is inside, ball 1. The average hasn't always been there this postseason for Springer, but he's come up with big moments. 1-0. Lucas takes a strike.
You'll take a lower average with big swings like that.
100%.
All day long.
And for George Springer, he just tied Bernie Williams for 4th most playoff homers in Major League history. 1-1 swing and a miss. Lucas chased a curve low. It's 1-2. (6-2) Blue Jays. 2 outs, bases empty. Top of the 4th inning. And the 1-2. Swinging bunt first baseline. Kirby fields along the line, throws over Lucas. A nice play to get him at first and end the top of the 4th. The Blue Jays add to their lead on a solo home run by George Springer. Middle of the 4th, 6-2 Toronto. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge Double XL free-topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch three-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh Double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Go to pizzapizza.ca. How do we craft tires specifically designed for Canadian weather conditions? We journey alongside them and endure the unexpected challenges the road throws at them. Winter is approaching quickly. Are you prepared? Choose Yokohama. Tailored precisely for Canadian weather, snow, ice, and cold can turn every drive into a challenge. Stay safe with the Yokohama Fall Rebate. Until November 30th, receive up to $100 back when you purchase 4 eligible Yokohama tires. Stay in control and drive with confidence. Choose Yokohama. Made precisely for you.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Kirk with a grand slam!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
George Springer with a solo home run, and the Blue Jays extend their lead to 6-2 as the sun goes down in Seattle. Bottom of the 4th inning coming up, Game 3 of the American League Championship Series from T-Mobile Park. Welcome to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue and Shane Bieber, retiring 6 of 7 over the last 2 innings and 8 of the last 9 overall. Takes the hill to face Josh Naylor to begin this bottom of the 4th.
Yeah, and the velocity's been pretty good too. 93, 94 with the fastball. He's locating that slider really, really well. And even the changeup has looked pretty good. Hasn't thrown many of them, but seems like so far, at least after that first inning, he's really found the release point and settled in nicely.
It's a pitch he could feature to a powerful left-handed hitter like Josh Naylor. It's a power change, throwing it harder than he ever has before. And it's being hit a little bit harder than it has before, but a lot of contact into the ground. Bieber will take that if he can get it here off Naylor. The right on left pitch. On the ground off of Naylor's right foot. It bounces toward the first baseline and rolls near the first base dugout. 0-1.
Right on cue. That was the changeup. 89 miles an hour. That's a hard changeup, especially when your fastball is only about 93 miles an hour. 4 miles an hour difference between the fastball and the changeup is not a lot.
It's a kick change. He spikes it with a finger, looks for a little more movement out of it. 0-1. Up and in with a heater. Former Guardian teammate Naylor ducks back out of the way. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I'm sure Josh Naylor's looking out at Shane Bieber right now. Come on, man. We're boys.
Glowing talk about Josh Naylor before this series, and Naylor hits the 1-1 on the ground to another former teammate, Rudy Clement, who picks it up off the knee and throws over to first. 1 out. And Ernie Clement had great things to say about Naylor. Andres Jimenez said he was one of the best players and one of the best people that he has played with in his career. Miles Straw, a very good friend of Naylor, actually went to Naylor's baby shower when he was in Toronto earlier this year with Arizona. And Bieber now deals to Eugenio Suarez. It's outside, ball 1. But not a lot of let's see each other after the game talk right now in the ALCS.
Yeah, I don't think so.
1-0 pitch, swing and a miss.
I don't think we'll see them hanging out down at Pike's Place.
Hey, it's Pike Place.
Pike Place. Sorry, I'm a tourist.
1 out, base is empty. The 1-1 to Suarez. And he pops it a mile high right side. And that'll go over the dugout, foul into the seats. 1-2. But yeah, Ty France, talked to him about that. He's not on the roster, but he's with the team right now. And he said, no, he can't really hang out with guys right now, even though a lot of the Mariners are holdovers from when he was last there. He said, so he's not trying to hang out with those guys, but he went to the mall briefly with his wife today and ran into J.P. Crawford by accident. So they did see each other. 1-2. Bounce to home plate. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Suarez still trying to get it going in the playoffs. 4 for 30, but so dangerous. 49 home runs. He could leave the yard at any time. Bieber has him in a 2-2 count. The wind and the pitch. On the ground at third. Hit hard. A 2-hopper gobbled up by Barger. He throws to first. And there are 2 down. That was hit 100 miles an hour. Barger actually jumped back with the momentum, fielding that ground ball, but still made the play.
That was an absolute seed across the diamond from Addison Barger, right to the chest of Vladimir Guerrero Jr. at first base. I'm always impressed, not only with the fielding ability down there, but with that arm. He loves to show it off, too.
One of the hardest throwing infielders. I know he does both technically, but infielders in baseball. Pitch to Dominic Canzone, high and outside, ball 1. Blue Jays 6, Mariners 2, bottom of the 4th. 2 outs and the base is empty. 1-0. Canzone rips it toward the camera well right side. I think that hit off one of the Fox cameras and ricocheted back into play. 1-1. 2 taps to the plate for the lefty hitter Canzone. 1-1 pitch. Fouled back into the foot of Kirk, or the lower leg at least. Ben May's going to give him a second, walking in front of home and flipping it out to Bieber. It's 1-2.
Another good changeup. Canzone was out in front of that pitch. Wouldn't be surprised if he throws another one here, but just in a better location. I think he missed his spot on that last one.
It was outside, but it was up. To finish off the frame, Bieber's 1-2 pitch. In the dirt, picked by Kirk, 2-2.
He did throw another changeup. I think it started as a ball out of the hand, though. An easier take from Canzone.
At least a little bit safer, though, as it was below the knees. It was 90 on the change, by the way. Mustache righty shakes aside, brings the glove up into the line. The 2-2. Hooked on the ground toward first. It's foul. Eric Young Jr., the first base coach for the Mariners, picking it up on a nice defensive play. He'll flip it to the fans in Seattle. It's still 2-2.
Still got it over there.
Oh, yeah. One of 2 Eric Youngs. That's a first base coach in the same division. Eric Young, senior of the Angels, if I'm not mistaken. Infield shift toward first. 2-2 count to the lefty hitter Canzone, and another pitch from Bieber. Popped up, left side, slicing toward foul territory, charging Lucas onto the dirt, and he reached and just couldn't reel it in. Now slams into the sidewall and tumbles into the netting. He's all right there. He might have actually overran it slightly, because I don't think he could have gone into a slide. I think that was over his right shoulder, and that's why he tried to reach up to get it.
That's a really tough play, especially when you're looking at the baseball. You know that short wall down there in foul territory is right there. Obviously, that's in the back of your mind. Nathan Lucas with a heck of a try down there, just couldn't come up with it.
Good news is he's all right, a guy who's already dealing with a pretty bruised knee after fouling a ball into his knee in game 1 of the series. Not going to get him off the field right now, though. Here's another 2-2 pitch. Canzone lines it foul, battling here. Canzone was all over that back foot curve, and he'll force this to an 8th pitch in the at-bat.
Shane Bieber just threw his 62nd pitch of the ball game. Keep in mind, in his last start, he only threw 54.
2-2 again. Swing and a miss. He got him. Bieber strikes out Canzone. Fist bumps and spins off the hill. It's a 1-2-3. Bottom of the 4th inning. We go on to the 5th. Blue Jays 6, Mariners 2. Game 3 of the American League Championship Series. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
With most Subaru models, all-wheel drive comes standard. Heated front seats, high ground clearance, Apple CarPlay, standard. Eyesight driver assist to help when you're distracted by fall foliage, standard. Guy announcing the radio ad now wanting a Subaru? Yeah, standard. Subaru. Uncommon comes standard. Hurry into your local Subaru dealership today for lease rates from 1.99% for 24 months on select models. And get great value that, you guessed it, comes standard. Conditions apply. See dealer for details. Hey, seriously, can I get one?
Princess Margaret Home Lottery bonus prize deadline is October 24th. Win a stunning $1.2 million fully furnished luxury Yorkville-Toronto condo. Season tickets to the Toronto Maple Leafs and the Toronto Raptors, plus $50,000. You're also in to win the spectacular $7 million grand prize, a stunning Oakville show home, and $500,000. Hurry, bonus prize deadline is October 24th. Buy now at PrincessMargaretLotto.com. Play responsibly. Raffle 1488521.
Hey, it's Gurdeep Ahluwalia. Experience a legacy that lasts at Don Valley North Lexus. Right now, lease a 2026 NX 350 premium package from just $628 per month for 28 months at 3.9%. Plus, qualified Lexus loyalty guests receive a 1.5% rate reduction for rates as low as 2.4%. See DonValleyNorthLexus.com for details. A division of Wayne's Auto Group.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
It's a good day to be a Toronto Blue Jay.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
It's the fifth inning, and the fifth inning is brought to you by Capital One. More than 4 million Canadians have a credit card because Capital One said yes. Get yours at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Blue Jays lead 6-2 over the Seattle Mariners. Game 3 of the American League Championship Series, and about as close to a must-win without being in an elimination game as you can get. Because the Mariners have the 2-0 lead, the Blue Jays need a big performance, and at least through 4 innings, they've delivered, leading by 4.
Yeah, the Blue Jays know you can't go down 3-0. Obviously, the series isn't over if you go down 3-0, but it's pretty close to it, especially with the pitching staff that the Seattle Mariners have. Been a good ball game so far if you're a Toronto Blue Jay fan, though.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. digs in to lead it off in the fifth, 2 for 2 today with a single, a double, and a run scored. Kirby bounced back from a tough third for a nice fourth. We'll see what he has here in the fifth. His pitch. Vladdy hits it high in deep center field. Moving back, Rodriguez at the warning track. Leaps at the fence. Did he get it? He did not. It's gone. Home run. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. And it's 7-2 Blue Jays in the fifth.
Just another mistake from George Kirby. This time a spinning slider over the heart of the plate. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. actually didn't get all of it. Got it off the end of the bat just a little bit, but was able to get it just over that outstretched glove of Julio Rodriguez in center field. I actually thought he caught it.
I mean, he's liable to take anything back, Julio Rodriguez. Guerrero hit that 106 off the bat, and yeah, if he had hit it 105, Julio probably makes the catch just barely. It got out of his reach. Vladdy's 4th homer of the postseason. 7-2 Blue Jays. No outs, top of the fifth. The pitch to Anthony Santander. High ball 1. And as I take stock again around T-Mobile Park, feels like a nighttime game now. Lights are on. Sun is pretty much down. And the Blue Jays looking to add to their lead. 1-0 to Santander. Outside, 2-0.
It is a pretty place to watch a baseball game. If you've never been here for the Seattle Mariners-Toronto Blue Jays matchup, even in the regular season, you need to get here.
Hitters count Santander. 0 for 2 in the game. The nod and the 2-0. Called strike. In a moment, we'll flash over to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. No other games going on in Major League Baseball today, but there are 4 games we can check on in the NHL as the 2-1 misses outside, 3-1. Tap of the plate on the outer edge by Santander. Switch hitter batting left. Looks out to Kirby. Righties 3-1. High and outside, ball 4. Big miss with a slider. It's a 1-out walk to Anthony Santander.
Good at bat from Anthony Santander. Obviously, he's had a couple of at bats early in this ball game that didn't go according to plan, but looked like he was seeing the baseball there during that at bat.
Well, we were going to go to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, but that's going to be it for George Kirby. No outs recorded in the top of the fifth inning. Means it's time for a pitching change, brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Kirby still gets some applause coming off the field on a tough night for him. Blue Jays up 7-2. No outs and a runner on top of the fifth. Let's go back to baseball control. Here's today's host, Show Ali.
Thanks, guys. Let's check out that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. We'll start with Major League Baseball. Of course, outside of the ALCS, the NLCS will shift back to Los Angeles after a 5-1 win for the Dodgers last night as they took a 2-0 series lead in the best-of-7 series over the Milwaukee Brewers. Yoshinobu Yamamoto with a complete game last night. He allowed a home run on the first pitch to Jackson Chourio, and then that was it the rest of the way. Just 3 hits allowed last night from him as the series again goes back to California for games 3, 4, and 5. Tyler Glasnow expected to pitch tomorrow in game 3 for Los Angeles. Still TBD for the Brewers side of things. 4 games on the go tonight in the NHL, including a pair of Canadian teams in action. The Senators taking on the Sabres in Buffalo and the Flames taking on the Mammoth in Utah. That second game is just about to get going in Utah. Of course, the puck drop time, 9:30 Eastern, 6:30 Pacific, which is right now. You can watch the game on Sportsnet 360 tonight or listen to it on Sportsnet 960 The Fan in Calgary following the game on the radio. You can also listen to Flames talk. Sens at Sabres is a real barn burner. I hope you took the over in that one. It is 7-4 in the third period on Sportsnet 1. So saves are optional in that game. And again, on Sportsnet 1, the Sabres leading the Sens 7-4. Panthers at Red Wings is in the third period as well. Red Wings up 2-1 on the Panthers, and Blues Blackhawks in St. Louis will get going momentarily as well. Blue Jays baseball, as always, brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Back to Seattle we go with the call. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. The Blue Jays with a 7-2 lead have knocked George Kirby out of this ballgame after 4+ innings. Kirby started this fifth game up a homer to Vlad and walked Santander, and Dan Wilson had seen enough. So into the game now, a 25-year-old right-hander, 6'4" from the Dominican Republic. Carlos Vargas, hard thrower, big tumbling sinker is what he's going to try to use here to get Alejandro Kirk to maybe a ground ball double play.
We saw him a couple of days ago. He did throw 2 clean innings, walked 1, struck out 1 in those 2 innings through 36 pitches just a couple of days ago.
Sits 98 on the heater, but he's not really trying to punch you out. He's trying to get you to drive something into the dirt. First pitch, Kirk checks his swing, takes up and in with a cutter, ball 1. It's been a nice night for Kirk at the plate. He's 0 for 1, but he shot a liner that got caught on a leaping catch at first by Naylor, and then he walked in the third and scored. 1-0 pitch hit on the ground, up the middle, past the dive of Crawford into center. Up to second goes Santander, and about 6 inches separated that from being a single or a double play ball. For Kirk, he's lucky that it was 6 inches the right way, and it's first and second, no outs.
That was actually a good pitch from Vargas. 97 down in the strike zone, a really nice sinker. Now the Blue Jays have a chance to tack on a couple more here. Runners at first and second, with still nobody out in this inning. It's a good sign, though, that Alejandro Kirk is starting to use the big part of the field. I love when he does that.
7-2 Blue Jays, first and second, no outs. Dalton Varsho up. He ripped a 2-run double in the third. The pitch, swing and a miss. 98 with sink, ran away from the barrel of Varsho, 0-1. Santander on second. Kirk on first, and Varsho asks for time. A point at him from Ben May to grant it. Varsho's double in the third. His 4th double to go along with 2 homers in his 8 hits so far. 6 of them have gone for extra bases. 0-1 down and in. And he's hitting .333 in the playoffs in 24 at-bats.
He's been good.
The 1-1. Called strike, upper level of the zone with a sinker, and Varsho now behind in the count, 1-2.
Oh, and by the way, that sinker was 98 with a ton of sink.
Vargas set, kicks and deals. And Varsho spoiled back pretty much the same pitch, although this time it was 99 at the top of the zone, again with sink. It's going to be the sinker about 2/3 of the time for the long-haired righty Vargas. Slider, cutter every once in a while as well. He rocks and deals. And Varsho lifts it back of second. Polanco under it, and the infield fly rule is in effect. Polanco, even though he's in the outfield, makes the catch on an infield fly, and the runners remain at first and second. Varsho was already out. 1 down.
Now big at-bat coming up for Addison Barger. That's an important run standing out at second base. You want to get as many runs as you can, like we talked about earlier, like I talked about earlier. This is a very good Seattle Mariners offense. You have to get as many runs. If you have a chance to score, you have to score.
They can erase a 5-run deficit quickly. The pitch to Addison Barger, down and in, ball 1. Runner on second, Santander, is still Kirby's responsibility. The man on first, Kirk, is owed to Carlos Vargas. Barger 0 for 2 in the game. The pitch. And he pops it foul, third base side, racing over long runner Rosarena, makes the catch actually in fair territory, just inside the line. Runners remain on first and second, and there are 2 outs. So Carlos Vargas has come in and, for the most part, done the job so far. Gave up a single, but back-to-back outs in the air that have not been able to advance the runners even from first and second. And up at the plate now is Ernie Clement. 7-2 Blue Jays, 2 on, 2 out. Top of the 5th inning under the lights in Seattle. The pitch. Swinging a liner, headed to right, down for a base hit. Santander getting a big wave from Carlos Fables. The throw from right is cut off, going to third. Kirk Naylor throws to third to get him, but the run will score. Robles to Naylor to Suarez to get Kirk out trying to go first to third, but Ernie Clement with an RBI single makes it 8-2 Blue Jays as we go to the bottom of the 5th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved.
Princess Margaret Home Lottery bonus prize deadline is October 24th. Win a stunning $1.2 million fully furnished luxury Yorkville, Toronto condo. Season tickets to the Toronto Maple Leafs and the Toronto Raptors, plus $50,000. You're also in to win the spectacular $7 million grand prize, a stunning Oakville show home, and $500,000. Hurry, bonus prize deadline is October 24th. Buy now at PrincessMargaretLotto.com. Play responsibly. Raffle 1488521.
Managing a condo isn't easy unless you have the right partner. Proudly Canadian and based right here in the GTA, First Service Residential helps condo boards simplify life. From budgeting and building operations to front desk and cleaning services. Whether you're in a townhome community or a high-rise tower, their local experts keep things running smoothly. First Service Residential, Ontario's leading condominium management company. Say hello to life simplified. Find them online. Simply search First Service Residential.
Mazda of Toronto, Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealer for over 12 straight years. The best brand, the #1 dealership. And when you drive to Mazda of Toronto, they make you #1. Your #1 volume Mazda dealership in Ontario. MazdaofToronto.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Shane Bieber's retired the last 7 Red Seas faced.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the 5th inning in Seattle, and the Blue Jays on top of the Mariners right now. The score is 7-2, 8-2, with the run hit in by Ernie Clement right before the inning came to a close. A reminder, Blue Jays baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Shane Bieber back out on the hill since giving up the homer and then the double in the first on consecutive pitches. Bieber has allowed 1 base runner, and that was an infield hit to Julio Rodriguez. That's 1 base runner in the last 12 batters for Seattle.
I mean, Shane Bieber's really locked in right now. He's throwing strikes. There's a little bit more bite on his off-speed pitches. The changeup is good. But I will mention Anthony Santander running hard all the way from second base. When there's somebody on base behind you and there's a base hit, you have to run hard all the way to home plate because you don't know what's going to happen on the base pass. Alejandro Kirk was thrown out at third base.
First pitch to Victor Robles up and in, ball 1. And now Santander will get a breather. They make a defensive substitution to the Blue Jays. Miles Straw in right. Second pitch to Robles. Check swing, and it's down and away. Appeal to first, and they call it a swing, so it's 1-1. So Miles Straw has jumped in to right field, to left field. And Nathan Lucas bounces to right. Santander is down. 1-1 swing and a miss. It's 1-2. So Straw in left again and Lucas in right. Straw now hits in the cleanup spot. 1-2 pitch to Robles. And it's a humpback liner to second in a jog. Ernie Clement makes the catch off to the left. And there's 1 out. J.P. Crawford up, and we'll go over to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. In a similar situation to the Blue Jays, the Milwaukee Brewers have to go to L.A. to take on the Dodgers tomorrow, down in the series 2 games to Los Angeles. Pitch to J.P. Crawford, hit foul, 0-1. And if you were going to pick a place that might compare in decibel level to Seattle, Dodger Stadium is always loud, let alone when they are 2 wins away from reaching another World Series.
I feel like every place...
Line drive on the 0-1, and that gets up the middle, just past the dive of Andres Jimenez. J.P. Crawford at first with a single.
I feel like every place that... Every team that's in the playoffs still, the building is a tough place to play. Milwaukee's a tough place to play. Toronto, Seattle, L.A. A lot of fun atmosphere so far still left in the playoffs.
And that base hit got the Mariner crowd back into it. 8-2 Blue Jays, 1 out, bottom 5. It's the first base hit to the outfield for Seattle since the first. Randy Arozarena up. Bieber kicks and deals. Pitch is upstairs at 91. Ball 1. If he's looking for contact on the ground, changeup is one of Bieber's best pitches to do that. His 71st offering of the game. Just outside with a slider, 2-0.
And you don't want to lose a Arozarena with Cal Raleigh standing on deck. Even with a 6-run lead, you want to pound that strike zone right now. Come right at him.
No lead. Too big when you're playing the Mariners. 2-0 pitch. Called, strike, slider over the middle. Arozarena bent the knee but didn't fire the hands on a hittable pitch. 2-1. Our out-of-town scores and news updates are brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill. 8-2 Blue Jays in Seattle. The kick and the pitch. Down and away. 3 balls and 1 strike. Arozarena can get big here if he wants in a hitter's count. Crawford on first, 1 out, and Cal Raleigh looming on deck. Bieber's 3-1. On the ground toward third. Barger waits on it. Gloves. Throws to second one. Clement zips to first. Offline. I think it was late anyway. Vladdy popped off the bag. Arozarena safe at first. A fielder's choice. And there are 2 outs.
That was a really impressive turn. A perfect throw from Barger to second base. And then Ernie Clement showing off the quick hands. Didn't get a ton on the throw, but got it out of there really, really quickly. Arozarena too quick, though, at first base.
So Bieber will face Cal Raleigh this inning with a runner on first and 2 outs. Randy Arozarena taking his lead. 8-2 Blue Jays in the bottom of the 5th. And the pitch. Outside, ball 1. Raleigh 0 for 2. A fly out to left field and a pop up to second base. Popped up. Foul territory, first base side. Kirk ditching his mask. Vladdy crashing forward, and that one hits off the top of the Mariner dugout and bounces into the fans. 1 ball, 1 strike.
That's about the highest foul ball I've seen all season. That is a big league pop-up off the bat of Cal Raleigh.
He's got monstrous power. We knew that coming into this year, coming off back-to-back 30-homer seasons. No way did people predict he'd reach 60 homers, most by a catcher in a season, beating Salvador Perez, most by a Mariner in a season, beating Ken Griffey Jr., most by a switch hitter in a season, beating Mickey Mantle. The 1-1. Just outside. Probably could have gone either way on that changeup. They call it ball 2.
Another good changeup. Has a really good feel for that pitch tonight.
2-1 count with a runner on first, 2 outs. Bieber from the stretch. On the ground toward first, and Vladdy picks it up foul like a wide receiver. He was trying to keep his toes in fair territory. Unfortunately, that's not how it works in baseball. 2-2.
Yeah, Vlad's got a little bit of a smirk on his face over there, trying to steal one. Like you said, that's not how it works in baseball. Mason Fluharty's actually getting loose down there in that Blue Jays bullpen.
Blue Jays up 8-2. Bieber approaching 80 pitches, asks for a new baseball. Tap of the plate, pinwheel the bat from Raleigh. Switch hitter batting left with 2 outs and a runner on. Biebers 2-2. He got him. Elevated fastball to punch out Raleigh and end the 5th. 7 Ks in 5 innings, a 2-run ball for Shane Bieber. He gives up a hit and strands one in that bottom of the 5th. And we go on to the 6th inning. 8-2 Blue Jays, Game 3 of the championship series. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Your business runs 24/7. But what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Trusted for over 60 years. Visit BagleyOverheadDoors.com today.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
Hola, soy Andrés Jiménez.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
En la cadena de Radio Sportnet.
After Shane Bieber punches out Cal Raleigh on high heat, we go to the 6th inning in Seattle. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. 2-0 series lead for the Mariners. It feels like the Blue Jays are fighting for their lives this season, and they lead it 8-2 over the Seattle Mariners. 6th inning about to start. Carlos Vargas just flew his last warm-up pitch of the inning all the way to the backstop, but he did look sharp for the most part in that 5th inning when he came in. We'll see what he has here in the 6th against 9-1-2 Jimenez, Springer, Lucas.
Did give up a couple of hits, but he showed off that powerful right arm, 98-99 with the sinker. Tons of sink on that fastball as well.
The second hit resulted in a run coming in, but also the inning ending on an out on the bases. That finished the line of Kirby. 4 innings, 8 hits, 8 earned runs, 2 walks, and 4 strikeouts. He gave up 3 home runs. Vargas, the righty, to Andres Jimenez, and the first pitch ripped back foul. That was right over the middle, and another healthy hack from Andres Jimenez, whose 2-run homer in the 3rd kick-started this whole night for the Blue Jays.
That swing right there looks like he's going for home run number 2 in this ball game.
0-1. Swing and a bouncing ball left side under the reach of Suarez into left field. Hey, Eugenio Suarez was playing in on the infield grass, didn't have as much time to react to it, and for the second time they play him to bunt, and Jimenez comes up with a hit.
Well, there was a big hole on the right side of the infield. J.P. Crawford was shaded up the middle, and Eugenio Suarez was in expecting that bunt. Andres Jimenez knew that. There was a fastball down and away, and he just tried to massage it through that hole. A really smart approach there from him.
George Springer about to hit for the Blue Jays, waiting on Ben May, who needs new baseballs. They kind of ambling around, but now he gets back behind home plate. Jimenez on first, nobody out. Springer up. Blue Jays have only stolen one base, even attempted it this postseason, and it was Andres Gimenez. First pitch to Springer, bottom of the zone at 99, strike one. Springer 1 for 3 now in the game with a solo homer in the fourth. I mean, it's 6-2 at the time. 0-1. And he lifts the ball, shallow right field line. Running in, Robles. It's down in front of him in fair territory. From first to third goes Andres Gimenez. Springer races back to first base as the throw goes into second. A dunked-in bloop single for George Springer. And the Blue Jays have cornered Carlos Vargas with nobody out.
Andres Gimenez read that perfectly. He froze for a split second, turned around, realized that Victor Robles would not catch that baseball, and he was off to the races. First and third now with nobody out here in this inning.
Carlos Vargas dumping away the ball, and I think this might be his night. Dan Wilson out to take the baseball and make a pitching change. Brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. After back-to-back singles to start the inning, first and third, nobody out. 8-2 Blue Jays in the top of the sixth. Let's go back to baseball control with today's host, Show Ali.
Thanks, Ben. Let's check out that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. We'll go back to the NHL, where there are 4 games on the go tonight. I mentioned earlier there are a pair of Canadian teams in action. The Senators taking on the Sabres in Buffalo, the Flames taking on the Mammoth in Utah. That game, the Mammoth Flames game, is underway. 0s right now, just about 7 minutes into the first period. You can watch that game on Sportsnet 360. You can listen to it on Sportsnet 960 The Fan in Calgary after the game, as we mentioned before. Flames Talk post-game will follow on 960 in Calgary. The other game going on right now, Blackhawks at Blues. That game just getting started. 0s right now in the first period. The Sens game is over. Sens at Sabres. An 8-4 win for the Sabres, who double up the Sens. Jason Zucker, Jack Quinn, Ryan McLeod, each with a pair of goals. Zach Benson with a 3-point night, all assists. And the Panthers-Red Wings game is also in the books as well. Red Wings with a 4-1 win over Florida. Blue Jays baseball, as always, is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action all the way at T-Mobile Park in Seattle with the call in the Pacific Northwest. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. First appearance of the series for the left-handed veteran and former Yankee. It's Caleb Ferguson on the hill right now for Seattle to go left on left against Nathan Lucas. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. 8-2 Blue Jays. First and third, no outs in the top of the sixth inning. Ferguson allowed 3 earned runs across 2/3 of an inning in 2 ALDS games against the Tigers, including on the 7th at Detroit when he gave up 3 earned runs on 3 hits and a walk without getting an out. He is a guy, though, with extensive playoff experience. He's pitched. This will be his 12th time in the postseason, mostly as a Dodger. 1 appearance with Houston last year. And the left-hander gets ready to go against Lucas with Jimenez on third and Springer on first.
And I'm assuming with the Blue Jays up here 8-2 in this ball game, you'll start to see some of the lower leverage guys coming out of that Seattle Mariners bullpen.
Especially if the Blue Jays can add here. 6 runs is not insurmountable right now for the Mariners. You got to cash in. Left on left, the pitch to Lucas with Suarez in at third. And it's a swinging bunt up the first baseline. Jimenez takes off for home. Naylor gloves. He'll tag out Lucas. Springer up to second. An RBI ground out by Nathan Lucas. And it's 9-2 Blue Jays in the top of the sixth.
I don't think Andres Gimenez was off on contact, but as soon as he saw that ball was just trickling down the first base line, he took off and got home pretty easily. A smart play from him over there at third base.
And Vladimir Guerrero Jr. not going to get the chance to hit with a runner on second and 1 out. They intentionally walked Vladdy, who's a triple away from the cycle. And part of the reason they do this, the Blue Jays made defensive subs, so Miles Straw is up right now rather than Anthony Santander. Cal Raleigh out in front of home plate, went to the pitch comm to signal his defense about what to do in case of a double steal, most likely. Miles Straw unlikely to bunt here with 1 out. First and second, 9-2 lead, top of the sixth. Ferguson deals home to Miles Straw. In the dirt, blocked by Raleigh. Ball 1. Lefty Ferguson sits in the mid-90s with his 4-seam fastball. He'll also throw his cutter and sinker plenty and mix in a slurve. He's pretty even on all 4 of his pitches. nice set for the lefty. And the 1-0. Down and in 2-0.
A couple of easy takes for Miles Straw. First two pitches from Ferguson really nowhere near the strike zone. The first one bounced, and that one almost bounced.
For Straw, his 7th at-bat of the postseason. 2 for 6 so far with that big RBI in New York. 2-0. Called strike. And it's not that different of a situation right now. I mean, a score and part of the series different. But if you're Miles Straw, infield is about halfway in. First and second, you're just trying to get it past the infield like he did in New York. 2-1 pitch. Straw lifts it foul right side, and that has enough spin on it to slice out a play. 2-2.
Ferguson does have good velocity out of that left arm. 94, 95 with the fastball so far in this outing.
I mean, it's not an accident if you're picked up at different points in your career by the Dodgers, the Yankees, the Astros, and now the AL West champion Mariners. 2-2. Hit back foul again. Oh, this is a guy who was picked in the 38th round at a high school by the Dodgers, and they convinced him to sign. Now pitching in his 7th big league season. Southpaw's 2-2 pitch to Miles Straw. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Ran the Cunner in on him. A nice pitch, and there are 2 outs in the inning.
That was a tough pitch. Really awkward swing from Miles Straw. Showed off some of that good stuff. That cutter, maybe in between a slider and a cutter, had a lot of movement on the inside part.
Still work to do for Ferguson even after the punch-out. Alejandro Kirk to the plate with Springer on second and Guerrero on first. Blue Jays up 9-2. Ferguson's pitch. Low ball 1. There was the slurve from Ferguson at 80. Kirk with a lineout, a walk, a hit, and a run scored. Waits on a 1-0 and takes it for a strike. 1-1. It was 2-0 Mariners in this game after the first inning homer, but right now the Blue Jays on a run of 9 consecutive runs scored, lead it 9-2. 1-1 pitch. Kirk hits it high and deep right field. Racing back, Robles at the fence, climbs the wall. It is gone! Make it a dozen for the Blue Jays on a 3-run homer from Alejandro Kirk. He hits it the other way for his 3rd home run of the postseason, and the Blue Jays lead 12-2.
That's how you know Alejandro Kirk is feeling good, going the other way, going up the middle. He gets that fastball almost off the plate outside at about 95 miles an hour, and he hammers it the other way just beyond that fence for a 3-run home run and a 12-2 Toronto Blue Jays win. Sorry, lead.
Easy there, Cowboy. We're in the 6th inning. 2 outs. Dalton Varsho up in the pitch. Called strike. Well, the Blue Jays, who scored 4 runs in the first 2 games of the series, have 12 here in about 6 innings. And now Varsho lines a ball. That's sinking. That's down in center field. And Dalton Varsho has a 2-hit night.
And not only do they have 12 runs, but they have 14 hits.
Well, it's funny because they've hit 4 homers. So that's actually not typically Blue Jay baseball, although they homered like crazy in the Diaz. But they've also done what Varsho just did, taken advantage of the big outfield, been on base a lot, hit a lot of line drives. And all of a sudden, the Blue Jays and Mariners have both hit 5 home runs in this series. Addison Barger up, 0 for 3 in the game. The pitch, down and away, ball 1. Blue Jays have scored in 4 straight innings, with 5 in the 3rd and 4 in the 6th so far as the bookends. 1-0. Swing and a miss. Barger going for it all. Missed there. 1-1.
Yeah, going for home run number 6. That was a big swing on that sinking fastball. 94. Down and in, just below that barrel.
Lone Blue Jay yet to reach. 1-1. Called strike. Over the middle with a fastball was Ferguson. 1-2. A 12-2 Blue Jay advantage with a runner on first in the top of the sixth. 2 outs. Ferguson sets. Brings the glove up. And his 1-2 pitch. Swing and a grounder. Hooked to first. Naylor will throw this, and he bounced it, but Crawford made the pick. Naylor forgot how many outs there were, but the Mariners get out of the inning regardless. Blue Jays score 4, capped off by an Alejandro Kirk 3-run opposite field smash, and it's 12-2 Blue Jays, middle of the sixth. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved.
Princess Margaret Home Lottery bonus prize deadline is October 24th. Win a stunning $1.2 million fully furnished luxury Yorkville Toronto condo. Season tickets to the Toronto Maple Leafs and the Toronto Raptors plus $50,000. You're also in to win the spectacular $7 million grand prize, a stunning Oakville show home, and $500,000. Hurry, bonus prize deadline is October 24th. Buy now at PrincessMargaretLotto.com. Play responsibly. Raffle 1488.21.
Managing a condo isn't easy unless you have the right partner. Proudly Canadian and based right here in the GTA, First Service Residential helps condo boards simplify life. From budgeting and building operations to front desk and cleaning services. Whether you're in a townhome community or a high-rise tower, their local experts keep things running smoothly. First Service Residential, Ontario's leading condominium management company. Say hello to life simplified. Find them online. Simply search First Service Residential.
Mazda of Toronto, Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealer for over 12 straight years. The best brand, the #1 dealership. And when you drive to Mazda of Toronto, they make you #1. Your #1 volume Mazda dealership in Ontario. MazdaofToronto.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
It's 11-9 in the bottom of the 8th.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth at T-Mobile Park in Seattle. I'm Ben Schulman alongside former Major League pitcher Chris LaRue. Show Ali, our host and producer, Tom Young, Lloyd Glazer, and Phil Holter, our technical directors. Blue Jays add 4 runs on in the top half of the inning. They lead 12-2 as we go to the bottom of the 6th, and Shane Bieber is back out on the hill after a tough first inning where he gave up a 2-run homer. He has been immaculate in the next 4. We'll see if he can carry that into the 6th.
And why not have him out there for the 6th inning? The Blue Jays are up 12-2. Bieber has thrown 79 pitches, 53 of those pitches for strikes. He's looked phenomenal ever since that first inning speed bump.
John Schneider said pregame he would love to have Bieber go deep into this game, and the Bats have certainly provided a runway to do that, along with Bieber, who's allowed 2 hits total and only 1 hit to the outfield over his last 4 innings. It was Julio Rodriguez, though, who stung him with the first inning 2-run homer, and Rodriguez hits right now to lead off the bottom of the 6th. Bieber shakes the sign. Now he nods. Brings the glove to his face, the wind, and the pitch. Called strike. In terms of managing your arms, this is the most important stretch of the series. 0-1 pitch swung on him. Missed. Beautiful change ran in. 0-2. Because you play 3 straight games without an off day. You wouldn't do that in a 5-game series. But you are right now, and you can't look further ahead than these last 12 outs if you're the Blue Jays. But up 10 runs, you can stick with Shane Bieber for certain. 0-2. Down and away, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Yeah, if he feels good, if he goes back in that dugout, let's say after this inning, and at about 90 pitches, 92 pitches, he feels good. I'm sure John Schneider will think about throwing him back out there for another couple of outs.
This 1-2 pitch just outside. Rodriguez actually stumbled as he was holding up on the swing. 2-2.
Mason Fluharty was warming up down in that Blue Jays bullpen. It doesn't look like he's warming up anymore.
2-2. Inside, did that hit him? No, but it got close. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Rodriguez is 2 for 2 in this game. Infield single and a 2-run homer. Payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. He strikes out Rodriguez on a cutter over the middle, and even the mistakes are going well for Shane Bieber tonight.
Yeah, that was a mistake. A little spinner on the outer third, but Julio Rodriguez was thinking something differently. Probably thought a fastball was coming, especially in a 12-2 ball game, and he was out in front of that cutter for strike 3.
8 strikeouts now for Bieber, his second most in a Blue Jay uniform to his debut in Miami. 1 out, Jorge Polanco up. Right on left the pitch. Swing and a miss. Towering knuckle curveball. Got a big whiff from the switch hitter batting left. And now Polanco asks for time, steps out. Bieber turned his back toward the plate, looked out beyond center field. It's dark skies overhead now. Lights are bright at T-Mobile Park. 0-1. On the ground, left side, racing to his right. Jimenez backhands, throws over to first in time. What a play. Andres Jimenez had to range a long way and throw a long way to get Polanco 2 outs.
What a fantastic play. He was playing up the middle, so he backhanded that ball where a shortstop would normally be playing. But how about that throw across the diamond right to the chest of Vladimir Guerrero Jr., just getting Jorge Polanco by about a half a step at first base.
Jimenez, one of the 6 Blue Jays Gold Glove finalist nominations announced today. That was at second base, but he has shown over the last month or so that he can do it at short as well. 2 outs, bottom of the 6th inning, and the pitch to Josh Naylor. Hit on the ground sharply, backhanded by Guerrero down to a knee. Spins, flips to Bieber. He had to jump to reel it in, but he lands on the bag to end the bottom of the 6th. Shane Bieber only uses 8 pitches to pitch a 1-2-3 bottom of the 6th, and we roll on to the 7th in Seattle. 12-2 Blue Jays, Game 3 of the American League Championship Series. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
How do we craft tires specifically designed for Canadian weather conditions? We journey alongside them and endure the unexpected challenges the road throws at them. Winter is approaching quickly. Are you prepared? Choose Yokohama. Tailored precisely for Canadian weather, snow, ice, and cold can turn every drive into a challenge. Stay safe with the Yokohama Fall Rebate. Until November 30th, receive up to $100 back when you purchase 4 eligible Yokohama tires. Stay in control and drive with confidence. Choose Yokohama, made precisely for you.
It's time to face your fears. Are you brave enough? Screamers! Toronto's original haunted attraction awaits you. Don't be scared. Confront all 7 haunted mazes, and if you survive the gauntlet, capture your terrified expression at our bone-chilling photo ops. Book your tickets at screamers.ca. Never go alone.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance, and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
Hi, this is Jeff Hoffman.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball
On the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Top of the 7th inning about to get underway at T-Mobile Park in Seattle. Blue Jays 12, Mariners 2, in a complete reversal of the first 2 games of this series. Again, we're seeing the road team putting their foot to the gas pedal right now. Still 3 innings to go, but the Blue Jays are in the driver's seat in Game 3 of this series.
It's been fun to watch. The Blue Jays have hit a ton of home runs. They're making good contact. They're throwing strikes. Everything they talked about before the ball game, they're really implementing. Like I said, it's been really, really fun to watch.
And they came into this game not with an attitude like the sky was falling, not to reuse something from earlier in the year. Chris Bassett had said that it sucks being down 2-0 before the game, but they weren't shook up about it. And Max Scherzer echoed a very similar sentiment, as did Jeff Hoffman yesterday. Ernie Clement leading off against Caleb Ferguson, top of the 7th. In the pitch, swing and a miss. An interesting thing I thought Bassett said today, too, was he said part of the reason they can remain confident is they don't feel like they played their game in the first 2 games. Ferguson's 0-1. Check swing. It was in the dirt. Appeal down to first. He did ghost as Marvin Hudson 0-2.
You know what? I tend to agree. That's a great statement. Just because they were completely different in those 2 games than they had been really for the majority of the season, and that would give me a ton of confidence as well as a player.
Yeah, he said if we play our game, we know we can win. We just didn't do it in the first 2 games. I think they felt especially in game 2. 0-2. Clement checks his swing. That one in the dirt. They won't appeal that time. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And they played the home run game today, too, which is not always their game. They've hit 4 homers. A lot of really big ones, including the Andres Gimenez game-tying homer in the 3rd. 1-2. Clement pops it back foul, headed in our direction, and it will land in the second deck, just a little bit below our feet and off to the right. Still 1-2.
And they missed hitting another 2 home runs by maybe a combined 5 feet.
Yeah, Vladdy could have 2 today. He has 1, and Varsho easily could have 1. 1-2. Bounced in front of home. And that's on a cold night in a ballpark that is not exactly homer happy in the best of days either.
I tell you what, though, it is not cold up here. We have a heater underneath our desk. It is fantastic.
Feels like California to you. The kick and the 2-2. Clement rips it on the ground foul. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes. Probably will get lost a little bit in the shuffle, but you can credit, I think you credit Bieber coming out, striking out the side in the 2nd, calming the game down, and then Ernie Clement hit the first pitch of the 3rd down the left field line for a double. That started everything. Clement 2 for 3 in the game, and the 2-2 pitch is grounded foul again.
Let's not forget that after that Julio Rodriguez home run, Jorge Polanco ripped a double into the gap.
And that wasn't so far from the fence. I mean, we're talking about near-miss homers. Polanco got into that one pretty good, too. Now, this game could have gotten out of hand quickly in favor of the Mariners, and now it's 12-2 Blue Jays in the 7th. Leadoff hitter Clement faces an 8th pitch. And he hits it high in the air left field, but playable for Arozarena, who backing up makes the catch about 10-15 feet from the warning track. 1 out.
Another pretty good swing from Ernie Clement. He struck out on 6 pitches without swinging the bat. That was kind of strange earlier on in the ball game, but he's got the double, the single, that good contact there. He's looked pretty good tonight.
Speaking of, Andres Gimenez hit the 2-run homer to start the scoring, had a single last inning, and came around to score. He's 2 for 3. Left-on-left matchup with Ferguson. Southpaw's pitch. Hit on the ground, foul through the legs of Carlos Fabulous. Third base coach with some quick moves to get out of the way of it. He's getting chirped a bit by the Blue Jays third base dugout, and Gimenez chuckling at him. It's 0-1.
Braden Fisher is warming up. He's getting pretty hot down there in that bullpen, so that tells me that Shane Bieber is likely done.
A 1-pitch high, 1 ball, and 1 strike. For most of the Blue Jay pen, they went once in the last 2 games, and they had multiple days off before, so it's not like anyone's really tired right now. 1-1. Line drive, left center, and down for a base hit. Andres Gimenez loops it over J.P. Crawford to go to 3 for 4.
That has to feel good if you're Andres Gimenez. Didn't get all of that baseball, but you could tell that he was trying to go the other way. Just muscled that thing over the outstretched glove of J.P. Crawford. What a day from him, 3 for 4.
George Springer up to the plate for the Blue Jays. Big day for him. 2 for 4. Solo homer, single, 2-run score. The pitch. And he hits it back foul 0-1. Mentioned before that Springer has now tied Bernie Williams for the 4th most homers in Major League postseason history. If he hits another one, he'll tie Kyle Schwarber for 3rd most. Only Jose Altuve and Manny Ramirez are in front. Ramirez with 29 is the all-time leader. 0-1. Called strike. It should be said when you look at that list, the huge caveat that there are far more series in the postseason than there used to be. Not to take anything away from Springer or Schwarber or Altuve, but Babe Ruth was not necessarily playing in as many series to get to the World Series. 0-2. Line drive foul over the netting right side. Still 0-2.
Well, he was also busy pitching.
At times, early. But yeah, it's fair. This guy, George Springer, has done it for a long time at a high level, and he continues to. 3 homers in this playoff run alone. They're still booing him. Here's the 0-2. And he takes it near the back foot, gets away from the catcher, Raleigh, and Jimenez on a dirt ball read advances to second. That'll be a wild pitch. Springer actually told him to hold up, but Jimenez had already bounced off for a secondary and seen that pitch was low, so he's in scoring position with 1 out.
I'm sure there's people out there that would think, oh, you're up by 10 runs. Why are you trying to take second base? This is the playoffs. Yeah, you take every single base you can, even if it's 12-2 in the 7th inning.
The only rules in the playoffs are written. The unwritten rules are out the window. 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Good fastball up in the zone on the inner half, and Springer strikes out. 2 down.
That was a tough sequence. Fastball up after a good breaking ball in the dirt. It's tough to catch up to, especially at 95 miles an hour from Ferguson.
So 2 outs in the inning. And a runner on second base, Andres Jimenez. Nathan Lucas to the plate. He's 1 for 4. The pitch on the ground to second, moving to his right. Polanco's got it. He stops and throws to first to end the top of the 7th and send us to the stretch. Blue Jays with no runs on a hit, 1 left. First time they have not scored since the 2nd. They lead 12-2 at the 7th inning stretch. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Your business runs 24/7. But what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Trusted for over 60 years. Visit BagleyOverheadDoors.com today.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
It's time to face your fears. Are you brave enough? Screamers! Toronto's original haunted attraction awaits you. Don't be scared. Confront all 7 haunted mazes, and if you survive the gauntlets, capture your terrified expression at our bone-chilling photo ops. Book your tickets at Screamers.ca. Never go alone.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
A go-ahead RBI double in the 6th. It's 5-4 Blue Jays.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the 7th inning, the Blue Jays in front of the Seattle Mariners. The score right now 12-2 in Game 3 of the American League Championship Series. It's time for a pitching change, brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned and genuinely Canadian. We will get to Shane Bieber in a moment, but coming in to replace him now, Braden Fisher makes his 5th career postseason appearance. He's on to face Suarez, Canzone, and Robles in this bottom of the 7th.
You're up by 10 runs here in the bottom of the 7th inning. If you're Braden Fisher, you want to throw as few pitches as possible. You want to pound that strike zone, get your defense back in that dugout, and end this game as quickly as possible.
For Braden Fisher, it will be his 2nd appearance of the series. He gave up 2 runs in an inning in Game 2. Right Right-hander looks in at Eugenio Suarez. And the pitch. Up and in with a fastball at 94. Ball one. Four-seamer, cutter, slider, curve for Braden Fisher. 1-0. Swing and a miss. Comes back with a nasty slider outside, and Suarez chase 1-1. Rookie right-hander set just above the belt. Kicks and deals. Suarez lines the ball out to left, and it's sinking down in front of Miles Straw. A base hit. Four-seamer, upper middle of the zone. Eugenio Suarez got on plane with it, and he ripped it for his 5th hit of the postseason in 32 at-bats.
As much as you want to get Suarez out there, I take that all day long. You're not trying to nibble up 10 runs. You're trying to pound that strike zone. If the Seattle Mariners are able to get base hits like that, especially a guy that can hit home runs, had 49 home runs this season, you tip your cap, you move on to the next guy, and you try to get him out.
Dominic Canzone's that next guy, and the first pitch down and in, ball one. Let's return quickly to the night of Shane Bieber, who punched out Canzone twice tonight en route to 6 innings of 4-hit, 2-run ball, a walk and 8 Ks. That line already impressive, and then you factor in that he gave up the two of his 4 hits and 2 runs in the first. Fisher misses high and outside, 2-0 to Canzone. It all looked like it was falling apart in the first 4 batters, and then all of a sudden he completely shut down Seattle.
Yeah, you have to imagine, even though he is a veteran, that heart rate, the nerves were a bit of a factor in that first inning.
2-0 pitch hit back foul, 2-1.
He looked shaky. He gave up that home run. That was a mistake pitch to Julio Rodriguez. Really, after that mistake pitch, he didn't make any mistakes after that. Located, executed the game plan. The changeup was really good. The fastball velocity was up to 94 miles an hour. I loved what I saw from Shane Bieber today.
2-1. Line drive right side, and it hooks into the side, netting foul. For Shane Bieber, the 8 Ks were the most he's had in his 5 career postseason starts. Second most he's had in a Blue Jay uniform. And, he's pitching to continue his Blue Jay career. It's not known whether he will opt in or opt out of his player option. 2-2 pitch. On the ground is second. Clement charges. Backhand and flip. Jimenez 1. Throw on to first for a 4-6-3 double play. 2 outs, and the bases wiped clean.
That's best case scenario if you're Braden Fisher. You give up the base hit, and then you break a bat. You get 2 quick outs. How about that? You're up by 10 in the 7th inning. I mean, this kid has been unbelievable. This is his rookie season. He's pitching in the ALCS, and he just got an easy double play on a broken bat. I mean, just incredible.
He admitted to me 2 days ago, ALCS, a lot different than pitching in the ALDS. First pitch to Robles, swing and a miss, strike 1. And he said it sounds funny, but when you get to the DS, the World Series is a very abstract thing still. And once you get to the CS, you can see it. It's right there in front of you. 0-1. Check swing, pitch down and away, appeal to first. No swing, says Marvin Hudson. Pitched in the 8th inning of the clincher in Game 4 of the DS. And now he's here in the 7th inning of Game 3 of the CS. The 1-1. Robles holds back on a breaking ball low. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Where was he this time last year? Probably, I guess he was at home. The AAA season was over.
Yeah, he would have wrapped up a year in Buffalo.
It's pretty cool.
The year that he finished in Buffalo. 2-1. Lifted over the mound, maybe just off to the left of it. Jimenez at short makes the catch on the dirt to end the inning. Fisher gives up a leadoff single, but then quickly faces the minimum because of a ground ball double play and a pop-up. On to the 8th we go with the Blue Jays in front 12-2. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved.
Managing a condo isn't easy unless you have the right partner. Proudly Canadian and based right here in the GTA, First Service Residential helps condo boards simplify life. From budgeting and building operations to front desk and cleaning services. Whether you're in a townhome community or a high-rise tower, their local experts keep things running smoothly. First Service Residential, Ontario's leading condominium management company. Say hello to life simplified. Find them online. Simply search First Service Residential.
You're hosting the perfect evening at home, relaxing at the cottage, or working at your small business. Suddenly, the power goes out. No lights, no Wi-Fi, no TV. But your Kohler backup generator from Paramount Power Systems kicks in automatically. No scrambling, no downtime, just peace of mind. For every power outage, Kohler and Paramount Power Systems have you covered. Visit ParamountPower.com for your free quote. Kohler and Paramount Power Systems. Power when you need it most.
Mazda of Toronto, Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealer for over 12 straight years. The best brand, the #1 dealership. And when you drive to Mazda of Toronto, they make you #1. Your #1 volume Mazda dealership in Ontario. MazdaofToronto.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
The Blue Jays are the AL East champs.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network. Want to thank you for tuning in tonight. Game 3 of the American League Championship Series. And from a Blue Jay perspective, it's been a fun one. 12-2, the Blue Jays lead going into the 8th. The Mariners now make a pitching change, brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Luke Jackson, veteran, is into the game. His 3rd team of the year is the Seattle Mariners, and he is on the hill right now to face Vladimir Guerrero Jr. to begin the 8th.
And he's got a ton of postseason experience, not a ton of success. That ERA is almost at 6, but he's pitched in 16 ball games, 14 and a third innings pitched, struck out 17.
Had a big run with the Braves as part of the night shift in 2021. That was about the peak of his career thus far. He's in his 10th season. 34-year-old's pitch, and Vladdy shoots a line drive to right center, a base hit. Hits into the gap, splitting Rodriguez and Robles and rolling to the wall. Guerrero rounds second. He thought about third, but pulls up. He was a triple away from the cycle, but that will have to wait.
The first 2 games of this series, he looked unsure and he looked in between. He doesn't look like that guy tonight. He looks locked in. The timing is almost perfect. He's using the big part of the field and he's squaring up pitches. This is a great sign for John Schneider and the Toronto Blue Jays.
That's the 5th time Guerrero's been on base tonight. 4 for 4, single, 2 doubles, a homer, plus an intentional walk. Pitch to Miles Straw, down and away, ball 1. And of the previous 4 times Guerrero's been on base, he scored 3 of them. Only the first inning was when he was left on base. 1-0 to Straw. Swing and a miss. Pretty nasty slider, bounced just after the plate. 1-1.
16 hits now in the ball game for the Toronto Blue Jays.
Still 6 outs to play with here. 1-1. Down and away, 2-1. We welcome you to the Don Valley North Lexus broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Show Ali, our host and producer, Tom Young, Lloyd Glazer, Phil Holter, our technical directors. His Straw rips it on the ground is short. Crawford to his right to pick it up. Throws a little wide, but a good stretch at first by Naylor to bring it in. 1 out. Guerrero remains on second base.
J.P. Crawford bobbled that ball at shortstop, and then he was kind of hurrying the throw across the diamond. I think that's why it pulled Josh Naylor off the bag just a little bit, but he was able to keep that toe on first base and get the first out of the inning.
12-2 Blue Jays with 1 out, top of the 8th. And the pitch to Alejandro Kirk. Fastball outside, ball 1. Alejandro Kirk's had a huge day. 2 for 3, a single, a 3-run homer, a walk, 2 runs scored. 1-0 pitch, inside, ball 2. And this is the thing about the playoffs. You're talking about it with Vlad. it's such a small sample that you can go from being the most important player to not contributing at all to right back to the most important player again. 2-0. Called strike top of the zone. And it's not just the Blue Jays who've seen that. Julio Rodriguez was great to start the ALDS, slumped in the middle of it, came up big here to start the CS. Just got to hope that the ebbs and flows come at the right time. 2-1 pitch. Kirk takes down an away ball 3.
With guys on base.
With guys on base, too. Doesn't hurt.
The flows are better with guys on base.
Hitters count for Alejandro Kirk. Guerrero with a big lead off second. No one close to him. 3-1 pitch. Grounded foul. Kirk chased a slider below the zone. 3-2. There's action in the Blue Jay pennant left. It appears Yariel Rodriguez is heating up for the Blue Jays, who just used Braden Fisher in a 1-2-3-7. Full count, 1 out. Guerrero takes his lead. Jackson staring at him, and the right-hander deals home. Kirk rips it on the ground, but right at Eugenio Suarez. Picks it up, throws across the diamond to first, and there are 2 outs still. Guerrero remains on second base.
That's the first time tonight that he's pulled a baseball. Everything has been either up the middle or to the right side. That front shoulder went flying just a little bit. I think he was out in front of that breaking ball from Jackson. Still hit it pretty hard, though.
Hit it 109, just right into the ground. But for Kirk, that's pretty much as hard as it gets. Pitch to Dalton Varsho with 2 outs. Swing and a miss. Ball gets away from Raleigh, and Vladdy will take off for third. It hit Raleigh, popped about 15, 20 feet in the air. Vladdy started, stopped, and then Raleigh was spinning around, didn't know where it was, so Guerrero takes off for third on a wild pitch.
There's been a lot of balls in the dirt tonight. Cal Raleigh actually has tried to backhand a couple of those balls in the dirt, but, I mean, let's be honest, he's getting worn out back there tonight.
And he's a guy who catches about as many innings as anyone in baseball. I can't imagine that the lower body feels great this time of year. 0-1 to Varsho. Swing and a miss. Good block there by Raleigh. Took it off the right thigh. 0-2. Although if you weren't with us earlier, a wild pitch with Dalton Varsho up gave the Blue Jays a 3-2 lead that they have not relinquished, leading 12-2 with 2 outs in the top of the 8th. Guerrero on third. Varsho with 2 hits already on the night. Faces an 0-2 from Jackson. And it's right there for strike 3. 95 at the knees to get Varsho and make it a scoreless top of the 8th after a leadoff double by Vlad. They leave Guerrero on third, but the Blue Jays lead 12-2. Middle of the 8th, game 3 of the ALCS. They're trying to get a win on the board in this championship series. They need 6 more outs to do so. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
How do we craft tires specifically designed for Canadian weather conditions? We journey alongside them and endure the unexpected challenges the road throws at them. Winter is approaching quickly. Are you prepared? Choose Yokohama. Tailored precisely for Canadian weather, snow, ice, and cold can turn every drive into a challenge. Stay safe with the Yokohama Fall Rebate. Until November 30th, receive up to $100 back when you purchase 4 eligible Yokohama tires. Stay in control and drive with confidence. Choose Yokohama. Made precisely for you.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance, and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them. Because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
Hi,
Hi, this is Tyler Heineman
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the 8th inning in Seattle at T-Mobile Park. The Blue Jays lead Game 3 of the American League Championship Series 12-2. The majority of the fans still here, but some starting to file out to beat the traffic because the Blue Jays have scored 12 unanswered runs. Time now for a pitching change as we get into this bottom of the 8th. Yariel Rodriguez is in, and this pitching change is brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Rodriguez looking for a bit of a bounce back, Chris.
Yeah, he didn't have a great outing in his last outing in Toronto. Didn't really have a command of any of his pitches. He looked like he was pretty uncomfortable out there. I don't know if he was overthrowing or the nerves got to him a little bit, but got to pound the strike zone here, up 10.
He came in, walked 3, and was removed in his last outing. He starts with J.P. Crawford, the 9-hitter in the pitch. Swing and a miss. There's a good start. Fastball was above the zone, but he got a chase. It's 0-1. Crawford with a single and a strikeout in this game. Yariel's 0-1. Lifted down the left field line, fairly shallow. Straw sprinting forward, gets there in time in fair territory to make the catch. Long run for Straw, shifted to left center with the lefty up, and he still got there.
That's a good sign. Well-located fastball at about 95 miles an hour. I think in his last outing, he didn't locate anything. He was yanking pitches. He was well out of the strike zone. And he gets J.P. Crawford there pretty quickly there.
It was a 3-1 walk, a 3-2 walk, and a 3-1 walk in his last outing. So in 2 pitches there, he gets it out. Both pitches strikes, and now the offering to Randy Arozarena is in there, strike 1. I mean, you have all the license in the world to go right after guys right now with the Blue Jays up 12-2 with 1 out in the bottom of the 8th. Right on right, Rodriguez deals. Breaking ball in there again, caught the inside edge. It's 0-2. This building, once a party, is a lot quieter now. 0-2 pitch. In the dirt, ball 1. And it's not an easy thing to take a fan base and a building like T-Mobile Park, not entirely, but a lot out of a game. Not something that's achieved easily, but the Blue Jays are up 10 runs. 1-2 pitch. Outside, 2-2. Arozarena, a walk, a strikeout, a fielder's choice in the game. Faces a 2-2 pitch. Just low. That's a heck of a take from Randy Arozarena. That slider was in the zone about 99% of the way.
And he wasn't fooled by that pitch. You could see him really locked in, watching that pitch go. He truly thought that pitch was below the strike zone, and it was.
Payoff pitch. Hit high and deep left field. Straw in a jog, and Arozarena has left the yard. Solo home run for the top of the order hitter from Seattle. The first home run of the postseason for Arozarena. And the Mariners snap the streak of 12 consecutive runs by the Blue Jays. It's 12-3 for the Blue Jays now in the bottom of the 8th.
Yariel Rodriguez threw a very good slider down below the strike zone, and then he chose to double up with that slider, threw a little spinner over the heart of the plate. Randy Arozarena didn't miss it. I'll still take that over a walk any day, especially up 10 runs.
I was going to say, call me crazy, but I'd rather that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Than a big miss. 12-3 Blue Jays, 1 out, bottom of the 8th. Cal Raleigh up. Yariel's pitch. Fastball at the knees at 97 from Rodriguez. Hold on.
And I'll tell you who else would rather take that over a walk all day long. Everybody's standing on the field right now.
For Arozarena, by the way, that snaps his streak of 106 at-bats without a homer. 0-1. Raleigh takes it in the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike. Speaking of homers, Raleigh has 2 of them in the postseason, 60 in the regular season, but he's 0 for 3 today. Fly out, pop up, and a strikeout swinging. All against Shane Bieber. 1-1. And Raleigh launches. Right field and deep. Lucas at the warning track. Leaps at the fence. It's gone. Back-to-back homers for the Mariners as Raleigh hits his 3rd of the postseason. 12-4, the Blue Jays lead, and the Mariners aren't giving up yet with 5 outs to go.
Again, not the end of the world. You're still up by 8 runs. Yariel Rodriguez has to continue to pound the strike zone. But when you're pounding the strike zone, you're still making good pitches. You're not just throwing baseballs down the middle. You're making good pitches. You're throwing good strikes. You're just not nibbling.
Nathan Lucas, by the way, came within about 2 inches of being able to get that ball. And the crowd back into it quickly here. Rodriguez, Julio that is, takes inside from Yariel Rodriguez, ball 1.
Yeah, that was a fantastic attempt down that right field line. He almost caught that baseball.
And all of a sudden, T-Mobile Park is alive. Fans on their feet, 12-4 Blue Jays. The 1-0 is low to Julio Rodriguez, 2-0. Yariel looks at his left hand, now sets. And his 2-0 pitch to Rodriguez. Called strike. 87 with a slider on the corner. Perfect pitch.
Mason Fluharty's getting loose down there again in that Blue Jays bullpen. I'm assuming now that he's warmed up twice, he's probably going to be in this ballgame in the 9th inning.
2-1. Rodriguez drives it. Center field. Barger going back. Slows up in front of the warning track, and he makes the catch. Fans were hoping for back-to-back-to-back home runs, but that one died in deep center. 2 outs.
I tell you what, down by 8 runs, down by 9 runs, this place is still alive.
Yeah, it's a really great environment. Chris Bassett had said before today's game, he really explained how much respect the Blue Jays have, and he has for the city, for the team, for the fan base. 2 outs, Leo Rivas into pinch hit for Jorge Polanco, and he'll take the strike. Rivas actually previously came in defensively, pardon me. But now hits in Polanco's spot for the first time. First pitch was a strike. Here's the 0-1. Foul back 0-2.
It's a healthy hack from Rivas. Trying to hit the 3rd home run in the inning for the Mariners.
1 hit in this postseason for Leo Rivas, and without it, the Mariners might not be here. The game-tying knock in Game 5 of the ALDS. He knocked it a run in the 7th, and then no other runs would be scored until the 15th when Jorge Polanco sent Seattle to the championship series. Yariel's 0-2. In the dirt, 1 ball and 2 strikes. He did it on his 28th birthday, no less. So, pretty good day for Leo Rivas that day.
Can you imagine how electric that place was when he got that base hit?
I was awake for that for the most part.
Yeah, but you can't feel it when you're watching it on TV.
Drifting in and out when Polanco hit is. 1-2. In the dirt, 2 balls and 2 strikes. But yeah, I mean, it got close to the Tigers, who already had upset Cleveland, really, to get into that series. It got close to the Tigers being in this championship series, which is almost easy to forget with how impressive Seattle has been so far in the championship series. 2 runs in for the Mariners this inning. 12-4 Blue Jays, bottom 8. The 2-2. Called strike 3. Slider at the knees to freeze Rivas and end the inning. Raleigh and Arozarena in the opposite order go back-to-back, and the Mariners score for the first time since the first. Going to the 9th, it's 12-4 Blue Jays in Game 3 of the American League Championship Series. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Princess Margaret Home Lottery bonus prize deadline is October 24th. Win a stunning $1.2 million fully furnished luxury Yorkville Toronto condo. Season tickets to the Toronto Maple Leafs and the Toronto Raptors, plus $50,000. You're also in to win the spectacular $7 million grand prize, a stunning Oakville show home, and $500,000. Hurry, bonus prize deadline is October 24th. Buy now at PrincessMargaretLotto.com.
Play responsibly. Raffle 1488521.
With a Subaru, a vehicle that's built to last comes standard. Heated front seats? Standard. High ground clearance? Standard. Eyesight driver assist to help spot the scooter delivery guy texting, merging, and eating all at once? Standard. Parallel parking perfectly while someone watches? Uncommon. But in a Subaru? Standard-ish. Subaru. Uncommon comes standard. Hurry into your local Subaru dealership today for lease rates from 1.99% for 24 months on select models. And get great value that, you guessed it, comes standard. Conditions apply. See dealer for details.
You're hosting the perfect evening at home, relaxing at the cottage, or working at your small business. Suddenly, the power goes out. No lights, no Wi-Fi, no TV. But your Kohler backup generator from Paramount Power Systems kicks in automatically. No scrambling, no downtime, just peace of mind. For every power outage, Kohler and Paramount Power Systems have you covered. Visit ParamountPower.com for your free quote. Kohler and Paramount Power Systems. Power when you need it most.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
How do you like that? A 3-run blast!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
It's the 9th inning in Seattle with the Blue Jays leading the Mariners 12-4 in Game 3 of the American League Championship Series. A 2-0 series lead for Seattle, but the response that the Blue Jays needed has come tonight. The Mariners did just hit back-to-back homers, so you don't want to count anything until you get there. But the Blue Jays in commanding position as Addison Barger gets set to lead off the top of the 9th against Luke Jackson.
It'll be nice to get Addison Barger going. Just 4 for 22 in the postseason, hitting 182. Doesn't have a home run or an RBI yet in the playoffs. It'd be nice to see him hit something in a gap, maybe over that fence.
Before the first pitch, Ben May asking for time quickly. The home plate up, and now he has pointed out to Luke Jackson, and we're ready to go. 34-year-old Jackson brings the glove up into the wind. His pitch to start the 9th is low with a slider, ball 1. Mariners have navigated this without using too much of their pen. Called strike at the knees. Although they needed to, or felt like they needed to yank George Kirby after 4+ innings. They got 2 out of Ferguson, and they're looking for 2 out of Jackson here. 1-1 pitch is slammed. Right field and deep. Addison Barger in his home state absolutely destroys a solo home run. The Blue Jays lead in the top of the 9th, their 5th home run of the night as the homer parade continues.
Well, I did say it would be nice to see him hit something in a gap or over the fence. He chose the latter. What a swing from Addison Barger. Let's get him going.
He hit it in that gap between the fence and the fence. A moonshot as Ernie Clement comes up and hits a little dribbler to third. Barehand play. Suarez throws on the run to first. What a play. Eugenio Suarez, 1 out.
I did not think he was going to get to that baseball. Wow.
But to circle back to Barger for a moment, who just hit one 414 feet out to right. That's his first career postseason home run. And now 8 total homers in this game. I promise I'm not lying that this isn't an easy place to hit home runs, but tonight it's been like Coors Field as Andres Jimenez lifts one to center, and Julio Rodriguez is over to make the catch. 2 outs.
It's funny that you mentioned that, because before the ball game, I was talking with Rene Tassoni, who's a Blue Jays scout. He's a former big leaguer. Played with him on Team Canada a number of times, and he was watching BP. We were both standing there watching BP, and he was watching some of the guys hit the baseball, and he looked at me and he said, "This place is a graveyard, isn't it? It doesn't seem like that in batting practice." The Blue Jays were
George Springer steps up. First pitch he sees is lined into right center field. That's down for a base hit, and amid the showers of boos, Springer is 3 for 6.
The Blue Jays were really barreling up everything and crushing baseballs in BP. So with that being said, I'm not surprised that they came out and had the offensive performance that they're having right now here.
13 runs on 18 hits. No errors for the Blue Jays. 4 runs, 7 hits, 1 error for the Mariners. And the Blue Jays entered tonight the offense with the most total runs in the postseason, tied with the Dodgers despite playing fewer games because they didn't play in the wild card. Well, they're going to be the highest scoring team in the postseason again as Lucas takes strike 1. No hold on Springer at first. Naylor plays behind him. 0-1. Swinging bunt first baseline. Jackson, the veteran, over to pick it up. Stops on the line, tags Lucas. And that does it for the top of the 9th inning. The Blue Jays add another run to their lead. Addison Barger with a solo home run makes it 13-4 Blue Jays, middle of the 9th. 3 outs separate the Blue Jays from their first win in the ALCS. We'll be back in a flash. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Our team knows it takes teamwork and staying power to go the distance and a hunger to bring it home. That's why Crown Rust Control stands proudly beside them, because we know what it takes to go the distance for Canadians. We've been helping your vehicles go the distance for over 40 years, keeping them strong, reliable, and ready for the road. Get your vehicle playoff ready. Bring it home to your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays. Bring it home, Canada.
It's time to face your fears. Are you brave enough? Screamers! Toronto's original haunted attraction awaits you. Don't be scared. Confront all 7 haunted mazes, and if you survive the gauntlets, capture your terrified expression at our bone-chilling photo ops. Book your tickets at screamers.ca. Never go alone.
This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
Marlins payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Ali with you as the Blue Jays lead the Mariners 13-4 as we head to the bottom of the 9th inning at T-Mobile Park in Seattle. Don't forget, we do have Jays Talk tonight. Jeff Blair and Kevin Barker have the post-game show. They will take your calls and your texts. Blair will throw out the numbers for you to call after the final out. You can text them as well. 590-590, name and location. The People's text line, you guys know the drill. It's always open. Standard data and messaging rates may apply. Blue Jays Baseball, as always, brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. It's the bottom of the 9th inning at T-Mobile Park. Let's get you back to Seattle with the call on the Sportsnet Radio Network. Here's Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. Bottom of the 9th, about to come here in Seattle, and a new pitcher on the hill for the Blue Jays and a pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Mason Fluharty into the game for the Blue Jays with a 13-4 advantage. Blue Jays are 3 outs away from their first win in the ALCS since 2016.
We saw Mason Fluharty warm up twice, so as soon as that happens, you generally want to get a guy in a ball game. Here he is. Probably didn't need to throw in this ball game, but like I said, once you get warm twice down in that bullpen, it's probably a good idea to get you in a ball game.
He'll face a new hitter rather than a left-on-left with Naylor. Dan Wilson gives the rookie Harry Ford an opportunity to hit late in this game. A right-handed hitting catcher steps into the box. Fluharty's pitch. And Ford hits a line drive center field. Varsho on the run, pulls up, and plays it on a bounce. 1-run game, he might have had a dive attempt. 9-run game, he's going to play it in front of him. And Ford has a base hit.
Pretty good swing. Jumped all over that first pitch from Mason Fluharty.
And his first postseason at bat, his first postseason hit for Harry Ford, who you may remember from a wild 2023 World Baseball Classic game between Canada and Great Britain. He homered for the British in that game. Hey, Eugenio Suarez about to hit 13-4 Blue Jays. No outs, bottom 9. The pitch. High ball 1. Suarez 1 for 3 with a single, faces a 1-0, takes it on the inner third for a strike, 1-1. Stick with us after the conclusion of today's game. We'll wrap it up on the other side, giving you some of the totals and going through the top play of the game. And then Blair and Barker will have Blue Jays talk. 1-1. Fouled off the glove of Kirk. It drops in front of him. Foul ball makes it 1-2. Jeff Blair and Kevin Barker can be reached at 416-870-0590, star 590 on your cell, or you can text 590-590. Standard message and data rates may apply. No hold on the runner at first Ford. No out, spot him not. 1-2 to Eugenio Suarez. Hit off the fists, a foul ball back into the seats. Still a ball and 2 strikes.
Mason Fluharty is not afraid of the power of Suarez. Continues to pound him in with that cutter, tying him up.
Mason Fluharty, despite being a rookie, doesn't appear to be afraid of much. Funky lefty with a shrug of the shoulders. The kick and the pitch. And it's fouled away again as he drove a cutter to the inner third. Maybe a little too far over the plate, but he got away with it.
92 miles an hour with that cutter. That's generally about as hard as it gets from Mason Fluharty. Sits 90-91 generally with that cutter.
One-two. High. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Suarez would not chase the cutter up.
They're staying hard. Might try to mix in a sweeper here, but everything has been hard up and in to Eugenio Suarez.
Have they set him up maybe for the back foot sweeper? 2-2. Grounded foul. I think they were trying to go for it. Left it a little bit up. It was in off the plate, but Suarez got the bat to it to stay alive.
You could double up on that pitch here. That wasn't really well located. It was kind of up, about thigh high. So if you want to throw another one, you better get it down and in.
Kirk remains set up inside. Kirk's been inside pretty much the whole at-bat. Now he moves to the outer half. 2-2. Cutter high, ball 3. And I know he hit 49 home runs this year, 50 if you want to count one in the postseason. But at this point now, you got to go right after Suarez and see if he can get himself out. Blue Jays up 13-4 with a runner on first. 3-2. Fouled and dropped by Kirk. It was an awkward check swing foul. Kirk nearly grabbed it, but it fell out of the glove and onto the dirt. Suarez, by the skin of his teeth, stays alive. Rally caps all over T-Mobile Park. Rally shoes on some people's heads. 3-2 again. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Fluharty punches out Suarez, and he challenged him 92 right down the middle. 1 out.
Yeah, just missed the barrel a little bit with the late movement of that cutter. That's an important strikeout. And again, in a 9-run ball game, you're not trying to strike guys out. You're just trying to induce early contact, throw good pitches in the strike zone. And it seems like Mason Fluharty is doing that so far in this outing.
Another pinch hitter into the game. Mitch Garver hits for Dominic Canzone with a runner on and 1 out in the 9th. First pitch is a little high, or perhaps outside. It's ball 1. Dan Wilson's used all of his bench except Miles Mastrobuoni. Garver hitting. Canzone's night is done. 1 out. To the backstop, and up to second base goes Ford in a jog. A wild pitch. It went under the legs of Mitch Garver, who had to move to get out of the way. It'll be a wild pitch, and it's 2-0. So runner on second and 1 out. 2-0 pitch. Popped up by Garver. Back of first foul. Vladdy ranging over onto the side warning track. Turns back and makes the catch, leaning back to his left. He makes that awkward play as easily as any first baseman you'll see in the game. There are 2 outs, and Blue Jays fans can rise to their feet. 1 out away from a win in this series.
It's been a pretty fun day for them.
The Blue Jays have hit 5 home runs and scored 13 runs on 18 hits. They fell behind 2-0 in the first, but since the third have never looked back. 13 for the score. Victor Robles, the last hope for Seattle. Runner on second in the pitch. Hit on a bounce to first. Vladdy up with it. He goes to the bag and back off the mat. The Blue Jays punch back with a win in this series. They take down Seattle 13-4 on the back of a powerful offensive day and a masterful start from Shane Bieber.
Yeah, that was a huge win for the Toronto Blue Jays. As close to a must-win as it gets, and they really came to play on the offensive side. On the pitching side, Shane Bieber threw like Shane Bieber tonight. I think that was the most impressive thing. The stuff itself is evolving, and it's getting better each and every start, but he was locating everything. He kept the Seattle Mariners offense off balance for the majority of this outing. A little bit of a speed bump in that first inning, but he really figured it out, started to make pitches, mixed in the changeup when he had to. What an outing from him, and what an outing from this Blue Jays offense.
The Blue Jays win 13-4 the final. We'll take a quick step aside. When we come back, we'll wrap it up and get you over to Blue Jays talk. Again, 13-4 to make it a 2-1 series lead for the Seattle Mariners in the ALCS. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey you, while we've got your ear, let's talk about what's catching everyone's eye. Is it the chipped paint flaking off your garage? Or that squeaky floorboard you always ignore? Don't worry, help is always within reach at Home Hardware. Turn those side eyes into second looks at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale. Save 35% on Beauty Tone Pure interior and exterior paint. And save up to 40% on in-stock vinyl and SPC flooring. Earn and redeem Scene Plus points at the Bring Beauty Tone Home Reno sale on now until October 22nd. Only at Home Hardware and Building Centers. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian.
Hey, this is Isaiah Kiner-Falefa. This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Seattle, Washington, where the Blue Jays just wrapped up a big win over the Seattle Mariners. 13-4, the final score, Game 3 of the American League Championship Series. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. We just talked at the conclusion of the game about Shane Bieber, so let's flip it over to the other side. Blue Jays offense through the first 2 innings, not much. They had an infield hit and left a runner in scoring position after an error, but George Kirby looked to be doing what Bryce Miller had done, at least in Game 1, and really locked down the Blue Jays early. That was until Shane Bieber maybe sparked them a little bit, striking out the side in the bottom of the second. Ernie Clement comes up with a double, and Andres Jimenez, 2 pitches later, ties the game. One of his probably prettiest, hardest hit home runs of the year, of his 8 in his first of the postseason. That tied the game. The Blue Jays kept the inning going from there. Lucas came up with a single after a Springer flyout. Vladdy doubled to make it second and third. Looked like they might waste that, but after a ground out from Santander and a walk to Kirk, a wild pitch gave the Blue Jays the lead, and that's when Dalton Varsho stepped up and really changed this game. Second and third now, and the 1-1 is drilled by Varsho to right. Racing back, Robles turns it off the fence into to score, Guerrero. Kirk will score as well. Ball gets away from Robles, but Varsho stays at second with a 2-run double.
What a swing from Dalton Varsho. He got the elevated heater, and he smoked it. Another ball off the top of the wall. The second of the inning for the Toronto Blue Jays. Missed a home run by about 3 feet in right field. A couple more runs in this ballgame. 5-2 Toronto now. What an inning for them. Dalton Varsho with a 2-out RBI there. George Springer had a 2-out RBI. Kirk had a 2-out RBI. And Ernie Clement also came through with 2 outs and scored somebody. That's what the Blue Jays have been doing this season, coming up with big hits in big situations, using the big part of the field, having tough at-bats, and most importantly, taking advantage of mistakes. That's exactly what they did today. They threw the baseball well, they executed on the mound, and they came up with big hits and took advantage of mistakes. George Kirby in the first 2 innings was fantastic. In that 3rd inning, he started to make mistakes, left a couple of balls over the heart of the plate, and this Blue Jays offense just took advantage.
And they are on the field right now, still a handful of Blue Jays as they get to not celebrate, but bask in what was their first win of the ALCS. Eddie Vedder and Pearl Jam playing alive over the speakers right now, and that's what the Blue Jays are. On the back of 5 home runs in a game where the Blue Jays and Mariners combined to tie the most homers in a playoff game ever with 8 total. The Blue Jays come out on top, 13-4. The final score, 13 runs on 18 hits, no errors, 7 left for the Blue Jays. 4 runs, 8 hits, 1 error, 4 left for the Seattle Mariners, who got 2 in the first on a Rodriguez homer, and then back-to-back blasts from Rosarena and Raleigh in the 8th. The Blue Jays still alive. The series at 2-1 after Shane Bieber gets his first win of the postseason, and George Kirby picks up his first loss to go to 0-1. A 2-hour, 49-minute game in front of a great crowd of 46,500, but the Blue Jays somewhat took them out of it with an emphatic 13-4 win. That will do it for us here in Seattle, Washington. We appreciate you tuning in and sticking with us throughout. The Blue Jays win means that they have an opportunity to tie the series coming up tomorrow. They will send future Hall of Famer Max Scherzer to the mound against Luis Castillo, an old playoff foe of the Blue Jays from 2022. First pitch, 5:33 Pacific, 8:33 p.m. Eastern from T-Mobile Park. Again, Scherzer against Castillo in Game 4 of the series. Hope to see you then. Appreciate you tuning in tonight. For our technical directors, Lloyd Glazer and Phil Holter on site, and Tom Young back at Baseball Control, our host and producer, Show Ali, and my partner, Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. Have a great rest of your night. The Blue Jays win to make it 2-1 in the series. And to discuss that and more, Blue Jays Talk with Blair and Barker starts right now.
All right, Kevin Barker. Well, that was a little more like it. Not just the Blue Jays winning 13-4 to breathe some life into their chances in this best-of-7 ALCS, but the manner in which they went about doing it. 416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-666-0590. 590 is the text line. It is Jeff Blair, Kevin Barker, a winning edition of Blue Jays Talk. 13-4, the Blue Jays winning. 15 hits, 4 2-out run-scoring hits, Kevin. Shane Bieber was awfully good in the start. As you pointed out, George Kirby's got some great numbers, but as you pointed out in Blair and Barker today, he is susceptible to giving up the long ball. Well, the Jays rode the long ball tonight. 5 home runs. The Jays set a franchise record for most extra base hits in a playoff game. That is kind of what we saw pretty much for most of the season, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Well, I talked about this. You go after your strength against a guy like that who has high-octane velocity, can locate that velocity with late movement, can sprinkle in 2 secondary pitches and make it real hard on you to make solid contact and move the ball forward the way the Jays want to. In the third inning, they made the adjustment, right? After the first couple innings, it looked like he was attacking top of the zone. Ernie was very aggressive like he always is on a sinker and down. Jimenez, same thing, very aggressive. Saw a sinker down, swung at it, saw a fastball down, hit the 2-run homer, had the little flow in his gather. It has been a while since we've seen Jimenez have that good a flow with his lower half, right? Where it's not a stop, pause, and attack. No, it was a good flow to the baseball, had good posture, staying on top of the ball. When you can do that, you get a pitch down, you can drop the head. It's basically gravity taking over. And Varsho sort of, for me, changed the entire complexion of the game, because after he got after the elevated fastball, they didn't see it anymore. They basically, Cal and George Kirby basically eliminated the top of the zone after Dalton was a little tall with his posture, like I mentioned, got off his backside. Sometimes he's a sit and spin guy. Sit and spin guys have a tough time with the elevated fastball. That swing he didn't. You got to stay on top of that, but the only way you can do it's taller with your upper half and getting off your backside. You really got to drive down and through the baseball. That's what Dalton's always trying to do. And then after that, it was gravy. Everybody was going up hunting some things. And Jeff, we said this on our show today, their best players got to be their best players. Vladdy showed up, George showed up, Kirky showed up, Dalton showed up, and then everybody else was doing their thing. That's sort of the Jays way. You want to go to the World Series? That's the way you have to do it.
Yeah, boy, Vladdy really did show up in this game. 4 hits, a home run, a couple of doubles. George Springer, home run, single. Addison Barger, everybody contributed. Addison Barger's last at bat kind of gets the forget-me-not home run. Andres Jimenez, his home run started the scoring, tied the game. 5-run inning for the Blue Jays. And as we mentioned, Kevin, Shane Bieber, rocky first inning, 23 first inning pitches. He's down 2-0. Yes, I admit, I came out of that first inning thinking, we're talking another hammer job here. Not the case, though. He made an adjustment. That second inning in particular, 12 pitches, 9 strikeouts, good command of the slider to the glove side. That really seemed to sort of set him on his way. And then, of course, this being 2025, the bottom of the order coming up, holding an 8-2 lead on 88 pitches, dealing. He is taken out of the game for Braden Fisher. And the Jays, the Mariners get a couple of runs off Yariel Rodriguez, back-to-back home runs off Yariel Rodriguez. The Jays win 13-4. Shane Bieber, Kevin, was awfully good. That slider, best slider he's had since he's been here. I think it's safe to say. We looked at he got 12 swings, 7 whiffs on the slider. He got 45 swings in his 88 pitches, got a lot of action. It's kind of what you want.
Yeah, offensively, I just want to put a little bow on that. We talked about the velocity first 2 games. The staff for the Mariners basically bullied around the Blue Jays with the hater. 4 of the 5 homers came off the hater. So obviously they made that adjustment. You see it down, you let it fly. It's basically a real simple approach, and you have talent. Sometimes that's enough. Yeah, I think that's what it was, right? The tight slider after the first inning, he found it. First inning, you could tell just the flow, the energy in the building. You could tell just everything was faster. Second inning showed up. It wasn't. It was a little slower. He was a little bit more methodical through his windup, which is a big deal. Everything's got to be staying over the rubber for him to be able to throw 5 pitches. And when he found the slider, having a tighter spin on the slider, it was a little tougher take for the righties. It sort of set up all the other pitches. Now you can use the changeup as a weapon to lefties. The cutter was effective because of the tight slider. That's tough to tell the difference between the cutter and the slider. And then you can throw the 4-seamer all over, and the arm speed on the changeups, sort of that kind of weapon to the lefties. Yeah, that's exactly what the doctor ordered. I have no clue why they didn't run him back out there for the 7th inning. It's mind-boggling. No idea. 88 pitches, 7 days rest, bottom of the order. You're leading by a bazillion. Make any sense to you? Don't to me.
It's 2025. Makes perfect sense. It doesn't make sense, but it makes perfect sense. 13-4. The Jays have beaten the Seattle Mariners. They're down 2-1 in the best-of-7 series. Game 4 is tomorrow in Seattle. It'll be an 8:33 first pitch because, of course, it'll be an 8:33 first pitch. We're going to take a break, come back, go to the phone lines. It's Blue Jays Talk, a winning postseason edition of Blue Jays Talk on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Protect your waste and recycling equipment from costly repairs. With a custom maintenance plan, optimize your waste system performance and longevity with Metro Compactor Service. They've got you covered coast to coast with the largest service fleet in Canada. Their innovative iSmart technology can remotely diagnose, troubleshoot, and monitor equipment health in real time. For on-demand or proactive service, sales, rentals, and extended warranties for all your waste equipment, visit metrocompactor.com. metrocompactor.com.
It's time to face your fears. Are you brave enough? Screamers! Toronto's original haunted attraction awaits you. Don't be scared. Confront all 7 haunted mazes, and if you survive the gauntlet, capture your terrified expression at our bone-chilling photo ops. Book your tickets at screamers.ca. Never go alone.
How do we craft tires specifically designed for Canadian weather conditions? We journey alongside them and endure the unexpected challenges the road throws at them. Winter is approaching quickly. Are you prepared? Choose Yokohama. Tailored precisely for Canadian weather, snow, ice, and cold can turn every drive into a challenge. Stay safe with the Yokohama Fall Rebate. Until November 30th, receive up to $100 back when you purchase 4 eligible Yokohama tires. Stay in control and drive with confidence. Choose Yokohama. Made precisely for you.
Your business runs 24/7. But what happens when your loading dock grinds to a halt? Get back in business fast with Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Your overhead door problem is our problem, and we're good at fixing problems. Repairing your overhead door, dock, or have truck restraints that require service? No problem. We also offer preventative maintenance inspections to eliminate the chaos and expense of unplanned emergencies. Bagley Overhead Doors and Docks. Trusted for over 60 years. Visit BagleyOverheadDoors.com today.
At Capital One, we're more than just a credit card company. We're people just like you who believe in the power of yes. Yes to new opportunities. Yes to second chances. Yes to a fresh start. That's why we've helped over 4 million Canadians get access to a credit card. Because at Capital One, we say yes, so you don't have to hear another no. What will you do with your yes? Get the yes you've been waiting for at CapitalOne.ca/yes. Terms and conditions apply.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge double XL 3-topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch 3-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Go to pizzapizza.ca. This is Toronto Blue Jays postseason baseball.
The Blue Jays win an 11th in a row at home.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Kirby bounced back from a tough third for a nice fourth. We'll see what he has here in the 5th. His pitch. Vladdy hits it high in deep center field. Moving back Rodriguez at the warning track. Leaps at the fence. Did he get it? He did not. It's gone. Home run. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. And it's 7-2 Blue Jays in the 5th.
Yeah, the Blue Jays, Kevin Barker, doing an awful lot of damage on the first pitch this postseason. I did not update it after the 5th inning, but midway through the 5th, they were hitting .444 with 6 home runs on the first pitch.
There you go.
This postseason. And
sometimes that's the best one to hit.
Well, generally it's...
A little get-me-over slider go a long way.
Guys do like to go 0-1 as opposed to 1-0. 416-870-0590, star 591, 888-666-0590, 590 is the text line. Name and location, standard data, and message rates may apply. Luke and Oshawa, get us going. You're on Blue Jays Talk.
So you're saying there's a chance. Hey, boys.
There's a 29.4% chance.
1 in a million.
Well, it's better than 1 in a million. If you'd lost tonight, you'd be looking at 1 in a million, basically.
Swimmy, Swami, Samsonite. My question is for Barker. Do you think we picked up on something tonight? It looked like they had a tell maybe off Kirby. I saw Santander in particular looking into the dugout. Maybe a couple other guys looked like they knew what was coming. What do you think? Did we have a tell tonight?
Yeah, it's a good call. Maybe. I mean, it is 2025. It's what everybody does. Jays are no different. You know, I know for a fact guys, you know, are pretty decent at that on their team. You know, one of the guys is not on the team right now. He's been injured for a little while. He's normally pretty good at it. You know, I don't know if they knew it was coming. It's hard to tell. You know, I mean, a lot of them pitches are right down the middle. I think they had really good approaches. I think they were thinking down, which is, you know, what I talked about on our show earlier, that you can't chase that dude up. You do, it's going to be a quick night. I think they made the adjustment after the first inning that, you know, again, swinging at those things is just not going to be, you know, good for your body. So, yeah, maybe. But, you know, again, it's one of those things where even if you know it's coming, you still got to stay tall. You still got to get off your backside. You still got to have a good finish. You still got to think with your shoulders, big part of the field. I bet that Homer Kirky hit to right field, Jeff, that's a bomb, dude.
That was a massive
that's a bomb. Like when he keeps the shoulder square and doesn't overswing and actually rotates the lower half, that little dude creates a lot of backspin with the baseball, and for him to be able to go deep over there is just a good sign. Buck was right. Just whenever you see him going over there, everything mechanically is sound, and he's not overthinking it, right? And, you know, when he's doing that, he's not overswinging. It's just that nice little fluid, rotate my backside, ball jumps off his barrel. So, yeah, it's good signs going in tomorrow.
Jay and Coquitlam, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
What a relief. You know, when Julio hit that first 2-run home run, it felt like, here we go again. But I'm so glad Vladdy and the boys decided to come back from their Cancun vacation. We're going to the game tomorrow, Game 4. So I just want to ask Kevin and you guys, what do you think we can expect out of Max Scherzer? What does he need to be successful? And what's the pitching plan for tomorrow? Are we going to see a Max Scherzer tag team with Chris Bassett? Is Eric Lauer going to factor in, you know, with that Seattle lineup, with the right-handers and the switch hitters? You know, what's it going to look like? You know, I hope we can pull it off. I don't know what to expect from Max Scherzer. He didn't look good at the end of the season, and he hasn't pitched for a long time. So, yeah, I think thoughts.
Jay, I appreciate the call. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm going out to buy some candles, and I'm going to pray. That's my pitching plan for tomorrow with Max Scherzer on the mound.
We may have to line the set up at Blair and Barker with some candles.
Yeah, we may have to.
We may have to think
this
about
may
that.
be, if you're a Blue Jays fan and you haven't found religion yet, tomorrow might be a good day to go find religion.
Say you a nice little long prayer for Max. I have no idea. I mean, I wish I could give you a good answer, and I hope you have fun at the game tomorrow. It should be pretty
absolutely.
Cool. Yeah,
It'll
I mean,
cool.
Jeff, he ain't pitched since the 24th of September. He's 41, dude.
Yeah, I don't know.
I didn't know what you're going to expect from Bieber today because we haven't seen good spin. We haven't seen his slider in forever. We haven't seen glove side command. We haven't seen him getting ahead. He got ahead 65% of the time today. Like, we haven't seen that. With Max, I have no idea. You know, I would think if he's sitting over there, he's thinking to himself, man, if I could be a little unpredictable 0-0, would open up a bunch of things for me, like going forward after that pitch. So maybe that would be something you look for, right? I mean, he's got 3 or 4 pitches. Maybe you could try and use them early. You know, try and stay out of the middle of the plate. Don't get
You know what
cute.
I would like to see?
Don't aim small. How's that? Sometimes he aims too small.
I'd like Max to treat this as potentially the last start of his career and go out and be swirly. That's what I like to see. Be unpredictable. I mean, he has to treat each start like it's potentially the last start of his career.
Yeah, I'm not sure Swirly would do it. I mean, with the way John's been managing lately with the pitchers, especially the starters, you know, with the khaki. I mean, Lord of mercy. You know how long the khaki's been planning for tomorrow?
Oh, they've been. This is like a khaki wet dream. I mean, it really is.
Like
Max Scherzer on a gazillion days rest in the postseason.
It is.
Oh yeah, you know that they're. I mean, it'll be a khaki fiesta tomorrow.
Lauer and
There'll
Bassett.
be more cakification going on tomorrow than we've seen in a long time.
There'll be a ton of it. So, yeah, I mean, I root for Max. You know, this is sort of some good momentum. You know, you're seeing dudes be able to do some things offensively off a really good pitcher. Luis Castillo is not going to be the easiest of gets. He likes to change up. He do some sinking with that heater. You got to get it in the zone. You know, the lane that he starts it in is key. If you chase it when it's starting in on you, you're going to jam yourself. If you get it more middle, start swinging at it when it starts middle, that'll give you a better chance of squaring that thing up and doing some backlegging. But the Max thing's very confusing, and I'm sure the leash will be real short.
It might not even be a leash. It may be one of those things
fair.
you have a hand on the collar. There's no leash. There's a hand on the collar. Whoa, boy, I'm back here.
I will be bringing some candles tomorrow.
Oh, I will be too.
Yeah.
Kyle in Lower Sackville, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Just a couple things I want to touch on. We needed a big start from Shane Bieber, man. He went out and got it done. I think why not let him go for another inning or two, right? I mean, tomorrow, we know tomorrow, it's not a bullpen game per se, but it's probably going to be a bullpen game. Let's be real, right? So why not let him go out there another inning or two? Right? I mean, we're up 12-2. I mean, I'm a big Schneider guy. I've been a big supporter of all his decisions, especially in the playoffs. He's made the right calls on a lot of things. But I think right there, man, you got to let him go another inning or two. But hey, I mean, it's Max Scherzer, right? Hall of Famer. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you guys and tell you I'm real confident tomorrow. But, hey, man, it's Max Scherzer, right? Maybe he turns back the clock and he goes out there and gives us a couple good, solid innings, man. That's what I'm hoping for. So we'll see what happens, right?
Awesome.
But I think you got to run with Bieber another inning, maybe two. And there's no reason to run those guys out there tonight. So I'm not a big fan of that. But, hey, John Schneider's been making the right calls. Things been working out for him. So we'll see what Max got tomorrow, right? Let's go Blue Jays.
Nice.
All right, Kyle, I appreciate the call.
Way to go.
Yeah, I mean, if you get my concern is you're going to get the ghost of Max Scherzer tomorrow. And,
think positive, dude. Think positive. It's just one of them starts where, he's been working hard. I've talked to some people around. He's been working hard on trying to keep the mechanics and the wind up and, all the stuff that it will take, right? The spin. He's sort of Bieber-ish, where just all the things have to be right. Give Kirky credit tonight. The sequencing of all of his pitches, I've been a little hard on him the last couple of days. Tonight, he was on point. We saw when a dude can be unpredictable, you can get the changeup, you can get the fastball in the same lane, you can back foot a breaking ball, you can go elevated fastball. That's sequencing. You got to have somebody pushing the right button to get that dude in the flow and keep him in the flow. So maybe tomorrow Kirky can do the same thing. I mean, that was sort of the theme tonight after the first inning, and it's just weathering the storm. Can Max come out early and just sort of get in it and stay in it for a little while, at least long enough to where John wants to get him out of there?
I mean, listen, and I am with the caller. I mean, you asked me about Bieber coming out. I said it's 2025, but I texted you during the game. If it's me, he's throwing 100 pitches tonight. In that situation, he's going out. He's definitely going out for the 7th. There's no doubt about it. And then we can talk about the 8th. Yeah, I want to avoid. I want to avoid needing. John is managing. I'm going to try to say this politely. John's managing like he has a great bullpen. He doesn't. Someone's just got to say it. He doesn't have a great bullpen. He's not managing with Seattle's bullpen. Right? Let's just say it. He's managing with a lot of throw it against the wall and hope that it doesn't, slide down the wall, basically.
Yeah, I would think John would say Tommy John, great start, founded slider, 88 pitches, 12-2. Bottom of the lineup. If Fisher can't come in, if Flu Hardy can't come in, if whoever else they throw out there can't come in and get out enough outs, what is it?
And it is
outs?
important to remember now he would be in line to pitch Game 7 if there's a Game 7.
That's regular rest. I mean, I'm assuming that's going to come into play because his previous start was 10. This one was 7 days of rest. And then his next start's going to be 4, like a regular rest, right? 4 days and then a start. So who knows?
13-4, the Blue Jays have beaten the Seattle Mariners. The Mariners still lead the series 2-1. It is a best-of-7 series. Game 4 goes tomorrow in Seattle. It will be an 8:33 first pitch. So here's what's going to happen. We're going to say goodbye to our friends along the network. Those of you in Toronto listening on Sportsnet 590 The Fan, or if you're listening online, stay with us. We're going to carry you through right to midnight. The numbers to call, 416-870-0590, star 590, 1-888-666-0590, 590 is the text line. Again, Toronto online, stay with us, call us, text us. Let's continue the dialogue. So, for the rest of you, thank you for listening to Blue Jays postseason baseball. Canada's team is back in the playoffs, and your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers are proud to be a part of it. For over 40 years, Crown has protected vehicles from rust, keeping them strong and ready for the road, just like a great playoff baseball team. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays radio broadcasts.
Flying south this winter? Choose snowbirdship.com to get your vehicle to you. We specialize in streamlined cross-border vehicle shipping. From automating cross-border documentation to managing every step, we ensure the process is stress-free from pickup to delivery. Get an instant quote now at snowbirdship.com and leave the hard part to us. When snowbirds want their vehicle delivered, they trust the experts at Snowbird Ship for reliable, stress-free cross-border auto shipping. Skip the long drive and get your instant quote now at snowbirdship.com.
At Real Canadian Superstore, we've got a harvest of Thanksgiving deals. From October 9th to 15th, get green or red seedless grapes for just $1.49 a pound. Perfect for adding a fresh touch to your holiday hosting spread. Real Canadian Superstore, proudly Canadian. Conditions apply. See flyer for details.
Well, let's start the bidding off with 1,200. Do I have 1,200?
North Toronto Auction is going all unreserved and everything will be sold. A huge 2-day public live auction October 24th and 25th. Industrial equipment, light commercial vehicles, cars, trucks, and SUVs, all selling unreserved.
1,700 going once.
Bid in person or online, but trust us, it's way more exciting in person. Preview the lineup in person October 21st to 24th. View the entire selection at northtorontoauction.com. Everything will be
sold.
At Newborough, we develop unique plans so people can unlock the equity in their home. Unique like this one. It's called the Wands Plan. Mark and Maria were searching for a way to invest in their future and increase their cash flow. We created a plan with a strong foundation, erased debt, and even helped Maria finish some additional schooling. We think that's pretty smart. Reach out today. We'll work side by side to unlock the equity in your home.
Use your home to get a loan with Newborough.
License 13115.
It's pumpkin spice season, and it's time to spice up your ride at the Genesis Downtown event this Thursday to Saturday. Experience luxury without the wait. We have a selection of in-stock and executive demo vehicles ready for immediate delivery. And for a limited time, receive a $750 credit on all in-stock demo models. Plus, ask about our winter tire packages. Every Genesis includes a 5-year warranty with maintenance and our signature Genesis at Home service. Visit us at Genesis Downtown, Queen Street East in the DVP.
Running out of hot water? Go Lime. No hot water? Go Lime. Paying too much for your water heater? Go Lime. Need a new tankless water heater? Go Lime. Go Lime. Go Lime offers new water heaters starting at $19.96 a month. Free install, new system, full warranty, and they even return your old tank. One price, no surprises. Go Lime. If you can shop online, you can shop Go Lime. Visit GoLine.com/radio to get your 25% discount today.
Okay, category is ways Desjardins Insurance goes the extra mile to make insurance easy. First question, what are some of the things you can easily do online or in the app?
Oh, view your policy.
Add a new driver.
Oh, update your address when you move.
Easy. You guys are good.
Get insurance that's really big on care. Desjardins Insurance. Here for your home, auto, life, and business needs. Certain conditions apply.
It was a rainy day when Pizzaville introduced...
Pizzaville?
Right. When Pizzaville introduced Pizza Romana. It's a crispy sourdough crust, oval-shaped, with gourmet pizza toppings.
Pizza toppings.
It's so light and delicious, once you try it, Pizza Romana will be all you can think about. Call Pizzaville for...
Pizzaville?
Call Pizzaville for Pizza Romana, or visit pizzaville.ca.
Pizzaville.ca.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will help you start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks. Words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks, "How's your French going?" you can say,
Babbel facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue.
Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com.
Now at Joe Fresh, the fall savings event continues. Fall's not over, and neither are the deals. Until October 15th, buy one, get one 50% off adult sleepwear. Adult winter accessories also buy one, get one 50% off. Bundle up on bundling up. In-store only. Plus, get $20 off select women's blazers and up to $40 off select adult outerwear, including puffers. Hurry, the fall savings event ends soon. Conditions and exclusions apply. See details and shop these deals and more in-store or at joefresh.com.
Home runs happen down by the lake. And home runs happen at Ontario's #1 Mazda dealer for 12 years running. Mazda of Toronto. When you need a Mazda that goes the distance, they're your MVP. Ontario's #1 volume Mazda dealership. Mazda of Toronto. Move and be moved.
Hey, it's Nick Kiprios.
And I'm Justin Bourne.
We're diving deep into everything happening in Leafland and the biggest stories around the NHL.
Real Kipper and Bourne. Weekdays at 3 p.m. on Sportsnet, Sportsnet 590 The Fan, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Rodriguez is 2 for 2 in this game. Infield single and a 2-run homer. Payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. He strikes out Rodriguez on a cutter over the middle, and even the mistakes are going well for Shane Bieber tonight.
He was Shane, I think probably a little amped up coming out in the first, and then, just kind of an arm side miss to Julio, and first pitch breaking ball to Polanco. He navigated that situation. But to me, biggest inning of the game was the second. Strikes out the side, kind of keeps the game in check a little bit. And then he had really good command. His fastball, he spotted it. The breaking balls were awesome, slider especially, changeup too. I thought that he got into a really good rhythm, retired a bunch in a row there. But the second inning to kind of keep the game where it should be, that's just a sign of a veteran pitcher.
There you go. That is John Schneider, the victorious manager of the Toronto Blue Jays. His team a 13-4 winner over the Seattle Mariners. It is Blue Jays Talk with Blair and Barker, 416-870-0590, star 591, 888-666-0590. 2-1. The Mariners still holding a lead over Barker's Blue Jays in this best of 7 ALCS. If they were your Blue Jays, Shane Bieber would not have come out when he did.
Yeah, I'm in the results business, Jeff.
There you go.
I'm at the point now that I don't care anymore. As long as
you just spent 5 minutes criticizing the manager for it, and then you said, "No, you don't care." You're better than that, Kevin.
Why would I have? I'm losing energy at that thing.
All right, Pat in East York, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
It's good to be on with you guys. Thanks for having me. I want to say it was nice to see our starting pitcher last a little longer than expected. These last few games, when I saw Bieber hit 65 pitches, I thought, oh, God, is this the end? He seems like he's cruising. How much do we trust him? Can we trust him? Please trust him. So it's nice to see him those 6 solid innings. I'll tell you, I feel like Max is in a place of who knows when he'll or if he'll ever be in the playoffs again.
Now, who knows if he ever pitches again? Let's be honest. He's 41. This could be the last. This could be the last outing.
This could be it. And so I'm expecting the Max Scherzer that we saw when we had that big night this summer. It was Max Scherzer against Clayton Kershaw, and he went 6 innings, 2 runs, put in a great showing. It's like, now is the time to just bear down and give everything you've got. That's what I'm expecting of Max tomorrow.
Nice.
I was going to say, honestly, I'll keep you in the line in a minute. I just want to jump in here. I'm going to say no, because we were talking about we're going to go and pray and light candles for Max, and I am going to do that. But I will say this: I do expect that I do think you'll see Max treat it like it's his last start. And I think you'll see him go out there and completely empty the tank. I just do. I expect that.
Yeah, this is everything. I mean, if you've ever cared about anything in your life and there's something that you can't do anymore, you're aware of, the twilight, the end.
Yep.
And you go and you give it all you friggin' got. And I just feel like Max is going to pour it out for us tomorrow night. And I can't wait to see an athlete give us every ounce of gusto that he has left in himself, which is going to be really exciting. My question is, we faced a great pitcher tonight. The first two games, those were both pitchers we thought we could beat compared to who we were throwing.
Well, not the second game. I mean, in fairness, I think both Logan Gilbert's awfully good. Bryce Miller, I'll give you, but Logan Gilbert's, I did not think that matchup favored the Jays, to be honest.
Well, I mean, Savage was coming off of 6 shutout innings. So
yeah, but Logan Gilbert was coming off a good year.
That's fair. That's fair. But tomorrow night we've got Castillo coming up, and I feel like this team, when we're faced against, a guy who in his career has been a bona fide ace, we see, the Blue Jays doing what the 2025 Blue Jays do, which is shorten up their swing, making contact, getting on base, being pesky, being annoying. And although we're facing an incredible pitcher tomorrow night, I like our odds. I feel like the mindset of everyone going in is going to be clear. They know what they have to do. And so, Barker, I wanted to ask you, as a hitter, how are you preparing for tomorrow? How are you feeling about this team and how they're built heading into tomorrow night?
Yeah, thanks for the call. Look, I wouldn't change a thing. I mean, they were obviously ready to hit tonight their pitch. Just carry that over to tomorrow. You faced Luis enough to know what he's going to throw you. He's going to throw you sinkers. He's going to throw you changeups. He's going to throw you sliders away. You can't cover all three of them. If you're looking at a certain zone, you start the sinker in a certain lane. You get it in that zone. You put your A swing on it. You think about big part of the field. That don't mean that's where the ball's going to end up, but the direction and the path of your hands keep the barrel in the zone long enough. Like the Vladdy homer, that slider. A couple days ago, he's probably rolling over that to third, because he's in and out. It looks like an alligator. Tonight, it's not that way because he was thinking big part of the field, keep the hands inside the baseball, have good extension, and get to your big finish when you do that, because you're Vladdy. Ball goes out of the yard. So I wouldn't change a thing. Don't do anything different.
No, a couple of things, too. The Jays have had success against Luis Castillo. I'm not as concerned about this matchup as I was about tonight's, and frankly, as I was about Game 2. They've had success against Castillo. His last outing, he walked 4 batters against the Detroit Tigers. Yeah, this is a guy they should be able to get if they, as Kevin says, look for their pitch, stay with their approach. They should be able to get this guy. To me, the bigger question is, can they get to him enough? Can they do what they did tonight? Can they get to him enough to allow Max Scherzer that margin for error? And maybe allow Max to go out. Like, if I get 4 innings out of Max tomorrow, I'm doing cartwheels. Absolutely. If I get 4 innings out of him tomorrow, I'm doing cartwheels.
Absolutely.
So if you can do what you did tonight and kind of make the decision a little easier for old John, that'll go a long way towards things. And if you do tie this series at 2-2, keep in mind, Seattle hasn't been here before. Like, no. It's not like you're dealing with a team that is full of playoff tested veterans here. They're not, and there's a chance that the old Seattle sphincter could start tightening if you tie it at 2-2, and who knows where it goes from there.
That's what you want.
What's that noise you make? That's it. Matt in Vancouver, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey, fellas. First to start off, I believe that is the end of a 4-game losing streak to Seattle in the playoffs. I had a family member who asked me how I felt about going into this game, and I said a nail-biter versus, laying the boots to asses. They got to go for it. They got to lay a bludgeoning on them. That way no blown call or, one missed pitch can affect the outcome of it. And, yeah, I thought that looking at it realistically, I'm going to do one thing the players never do is look to Game 7. I feel like Game 7 is probably their most likely best hope. And the path to that would be win 2 out of 3 in Seattle, and if they can take 2 at home in Toronto. And I felt like hopefully the big win tonight helps give them a bit of leverage because they didn't have to use guys like Jeff Hoffman and Louis Barlin. So looking ahead, and go Jays, go.
Listen, I appreciate the call. And here's the other thing. Now, if you're the Seattle Mariners, okay, you know the crowd was pumped up. The crowd smelled blood. I got the impression that the Mariners thought, realistically, they thought they had a chance of putting this thing away in 4 games. I got that sense from the Mariners. Here's the thing, though. Now, the Jays have won 4 games in a row at that ballpark.
Yeah,
they've hit well at that ballpark.
Mm-hmm.
Tonight you laid a licking on a guy who was a pretty good pitcher.
Yeah.
And you took the crowd out of the game really early, and you started to do the things that you did all year. You looked the way you looked when you were at your best. So I'm sure the Mariners are aware of that as well. And Kevin, I'm with the caller. You split the next 2. You're down 3-2 coming back to Toronto. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's sort of in Max's court. I think that's where we're at with this, right? I mean, we saw what Shane looked like in the first inning. We saw what he looked like going forward after that, right? He made the adjustment. He fixed it. Max is going to sort of be the same way, right? You got to weather the storm, give the lineup a chance to have a couple big innings. You do that, they got a good chance of winning tomorrow. You win tomorrow, Jeff, you got a good chance of winning all 3 of them in Seattle. You really do.
It is entirely possible. I have no idea what the plans would be for Game 5. I guess Gossman in regular rest, but unless you want to get tricky and play a game with Bassett, we just don't.
Not.
We just don't know. I still think there's a chance, as I told you. I think there's a chance Chris Bassett pitches more innings tomorrow than Max Scherzer. Shane Bieber tonight, 6 innings pitched, 4 hits, 8 strikeouts. Let's see how he evaluated his outing, or let's hear how he evaluated his outing.
I don't know. It was a bad mistake to Julio. Happy with the pitch selection. Just was supposed to be down and away, ended up leaking all the way across the plate. He put a great swing on it. Obviously, he's a great hitter, so less than ideal start to the outing, but even pitching, my way through a double after that, I just felt like I had good stuff tonight. I felt like I mentioned it to you that I had pretty good stuff in New York as well, and I was ready to go. And obviously it was an unfortunate start, but I came in the dugout and told the guys, pick me up. Like, I got good stuff tonight, and they definitely listened and picked me up in a huge way. Was able to go back out there in that second inning and kind of reestablish what I wanted to do. And so I felt like even though we were down, we were able to grab some momentum, and this game is so much momentum based. And so we didn't really look back after that. So it was awesome.
That is Shane Bieber. And that second inning was crucial. I think for people watching the game at home, that second inning kind of got my attention. Okay. Now that made me think, okay. Yeah. You're going to get, Bieber's going to be okay tonight. Just keep piling on runs. And credit the Blue Jays for doing that, man. They were relentless. They just kept adding runs. That's what you have to do. They honestly, Kevin, they buried the Mariners tonight. I'm not saying in the series, but I'm saying tonight. They literally just buried the Mariners tonight.
Everything you needed to see Bieber do, he did it. Self-correct, throw strike 1, get the leadoff hitter out. Other than the first inning, he got the next 5 innings to leadoff hitter out, which is a big deal. We've been talking about that forever. Just takes pressure off you, your defense, what you're trying to do to the next batter. You want to pitch around a guy, you're able to do that. He found his spin the second inning, right? He could backdoor it, he could back-foot it, he could 12-6 it. You can do all 3 of those things and throw him for strikes, and it's a strike-to-ball kind of thing, right, where it's a tougher take for a hitter. Opens up everything. Now all of a sudden the arm speed run on the changeup, the little mile per hour difference. Got pretty hard changeups, 88, 89. It's pretty hard. It's got enough runs, got enough mile per hour difference that it's a weapon now to a lefty. Now you can tunnel that off that with a fastball. You can do different things when you got spin. Now you can tunnel things. You can be a little less unpredictable. The sequencing is, a little all over the quadrants. I can't zone in on a certain part of the zone because you don't have spin and because you don't throw hard. You're probably not going to get me out. And tonight he did everything the doctor ordered and then some, and they scored a bazillion runs, which never hurts.
13-4, the Blue Jays beat the Seattle Mariners tonight. The best of 7 ALCS is now 2-1 in favor of the Mariners. On the text line, Johnny and Keswick. Hey, guys, what do you think John does about the lineup for tomorrow? Keep it the same or make some changes? Anthony Santander was in the cleanup spot tonight, Kevin. I presume he came out after scoring on that one. But I just presume that was for defense.
Sounds like it.
And I got to admit, I thought maybe that the Jays might pinch run for him in that situation. I think Danny mentioned that as well, knowing that that he was going to come into the game, or that Miles Straw was going to come into the game. But
other than Tony, I think everything that John wanted to see from the guys he moved around, he saw.
Yeah. So what do you do?
Barger's at bats, you do the exact same thing. Why are you rocking the boat? Even the herd can't change that.
Yep. No, I'm with you. I mean, why not? Why not? You're seeing
the dude's right-handed. Don't change it.
The only thing I will say is, now we're getting into, with his pitch selection, now you're getting into bat path. So
he scored 13 runs.
Yeah, but
you scored 13 runs.
Got a lot of people looking for. People looking for something to do in that team. They've got that max start scripted. They got all this spare time in their hotel rooms, man. They got to do other stuff.
Addison looked better. Vladdy looked on point. George Springer looked like he's in a phone booth again. Other than Tony's out and around. I mean, I haven't seen a good swing from Tony in forever. Like everybody else seems to see him. I don't. I must be not watching the same at bats that everybody else is watching. But other than him, I think his presence in the cleanup spot's a little different than Addison's. There's still that threat of, you throw a 2-2 slider down the middle, he won't spin himself in the ground and miss it. He might hit that to the moon. I think that's what John's counting on. It's more about, be careful with him, instead of you're expecting him to hit 3 home runs. Don't change a thing. It's more about how John's going to work the pitching staff than it will be the lineup changing. For me, anyway. Did I sound confident in that?
The way John will work the pitching staff, end quote. If only you could have seen Barker's face. You'll notice that he's calling him John. You notice that he's calling him John now. He's not calling him Schneids. He's not calling. Do you think tonight was John or Schneids? The guy in his right shoulder, the guy in his left shoulder. Who was it tonight? Was it John or Schneids?
They won 13-4. That's what I'll tell you.
Sam and Hamilton, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey, guys. First of all, this has just been this team this whole year. Every time we think they're out, they come back, they bounce back. And, it's there are two kind of things that are kind of ironic that kind of happened recently that have kind of seemed a little eerie. So remember when they clinched in Kansas City, they had that big champagne shower and that celebration? Well, they only had one day off, and then they come back and they lose 2 in a row, and then they rip off 4 straight at the end of the season. Now, I know there was a little break between the Yankee series, but it wasn't as long as the end of the regular season. So maybe this team was just hung over the first few games.
Some good booze in the big leagues, Jeff. There's some good booze.
Yeah, I don't.
I hope so. I hope so. I hope Sam's right.
Does a hangover explain the decision to take Gossman out of the game?
Well, I think, it might give you a little understanding of the one run and. Looking like they couldn't hit water if they fell out of a boat the first 2 games. I think that's Sam's point. So hopefully Sam's right. They're all sobered up. And, they come back tomorrow and they look exactly the way they look tonight. I'm in Sam's boat. I think he nailed it.
JP and Sarnia, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Hey, I was going to stump for Mad Max because my whole family is Tigers fan, and I seen Maximum Max. And he's going to go Eddie Harris tomorrow. He's just going to leave it all on the line. But somebody already did that. So which one's better, the suit jacket or the trident that they keep poking around? And if those are both really, really dumb, because they both are, the Blue Jays are going to win this game because they're going to win this series because they're coming together.
All right, I appreciate the call.
What just happened?
What was that about? I don't know. I don't know.
It's 12 o'clock at night, Jeff.
It is 12 o'clock at night. And some folks have probably been in their cups by this point.
They've been
by this point. I mean,
Grandma's medicine cabinet for sure.
Playoff baseball will do that to you. You know,
it'll get
playoff
to you
baseball
quick.
will do that to you. Yeah, I will say I really don't get the home run props. I don't know, the
care.
Trident. I don't either. The Trident I think is kind of.
I think it's kind of cool. Myself,
I guess.
Like, if I had a homer really far, I'd want to run over and grab a Trident. That's just me. Stick that.
What would you
sucker in
rather
the
do? Grab a Trident or put on a sweaty old jacket?
I don't mind the jacket either. Vladdy put a lot of thought into that jacket.
Yeah,
So,
I know he did.
you know,
I've been saying
Vladdy will be here longer than me and you, so
Yeah,
he
that's
can do
true.
what he
I have
wants.
I have no problem with the home run jacket.
I don't care.
I
don't
really
put no thought. I hope we see that 15 times tomorrow. From the Jays.
I'd be okay with that. I hope they wear it out. I hope they have to take it to the tailor before they go into L.A. for the World Series. Phil in Toronto, you're on Blue Jays Talk.
Good evening, gentlemen. How you guys doing?
Good,
We're doing well.
Nice night to be a Blue Jays fan.
It is.
I was going to talk about a few things, but one thing I don't think any of the callers have mentioned is just props to Vladdy. This guy just goes off. 0 for 7 the first 2 games. Goes 4 for 4. He puts the team on his back. Incredible. And Springer, also incredible. But I'm going to ask you guys a question. This might be an unpopular opinion, but we've got Max tomorrow. I hope he goes 5 innings. I think a lot of the callers have said he might not. If it's a close game and he has to come out in the second inning, if he just doesn't have it, I hope that's not what happens, but if he doesn't have it, why not have Gossman in the bullpen and put your best guys out, 3 days rest? I don't think the guy's missed a start in 5 years. If it's a close game, put your best guy out on 3 days rest and win the game.
Yeah, see, the thing I disagree with is this. You've got Kevin. Your goal is to win. I get what you're saying. Your goal is to win 2 of 3 in Seattle. You've got Kevin Gossman set up to go in regular rest in Game 5. If Max Scherzer implodes and you want to decide you want to play games, you want to get cute, you've got Eric Lauer, you've got Chris Bassett, you've got your full bullpen. I mean, they're going to overthink it anyhow. But I don't think they'll overthink it to the point where they would do that with Gossman. So, win Game 5 and you're coming back to Toronto.
Yeah,
and that's where you are. I'm not going to risk Kevin Gossman on short rest. And quite frankly, I think if Max struggles, you bring a Bassett or a Lauer in, they're going to have different stuff. I mean, the thing I like about Bassett is 1, he's goofy, and 2. He's just, he throws a kitchen sink. He's got 15 different pitches. And, as he said after coming out the other day, he thought his stuff played up a bit. I kind of think it does too. Do we have George Springer? We have George Springer talking about the resilience of the Blue Jays.
I mean, it's just kind of think it's who we are as a team. We never believe that we're out of a game. Kind of just what we've done all year, yeah.
And Ernie's kind of talked a little bit over there about how there's no panic in this group either. Did you guys kind of instill that early on in the season, or has that belief kind of been growing as you've gone through this path?
Kind of think it's a characteristic of just who we are. I think as a team, you always have to believe that you're in the game. You always have to believe that there's a way to win, and obviously that's a great team over there. So for us to kind of slow things down a bit was obviously huge.
That is George Springer, who again had an awfully good game. Okay, I mean I just can't say enough about George Springer. I didn't see this. I didn't see this regular season coming. Postseason George. I mean, he's a guy who's been there before. I think he's now 4th in terms of all-time career postseason homers or something like that. There's a thing as postseason George, and we're seeing it this year.
Yeah, look, I think his plan is very important to him. He's found that mechanical eyes are a little closer to the strike zone, allows him to get his ace swing off on a pitch that he thinks he can do damage on. That backdoor
two-seamer that he hit tonight. That's a good pitch. I mean, most people give up on that, but, you know, he sees the ball really good. It's just that little extra length of I'm seeing the ball, which allows me to do the phone booth as everything's happening. He's not leaking. Hips are not going towards the target. It's staying stationary. He's rotating because he has great leverage with the lower half. That's why he's able to hit balls line to line as far as he does. Yeah, and Ernie, you know, the plate coverage that Ernie has, you see the double he hit, that's 97 in off the plate. And then he takes a cutter down and away that he hits to right field on the 0-0 that he drove in a run. I mean, it's crazy. When he's doing things like that, you can't pitch to him. Like, there's just nowhere to get him out. There's no place that he ain't going to swing at it. And it's just, he's an impossible out. So, I mean, it's just, again, this is the Jays. The callers are right. 2025, when you got dudes at the bottom of the lineup doing what Ernie's doing and Jimenez did tonight, and then Kirky's doing that and all the other guys, it's fun.
By the way, George Springer is tied with Bernie Williams for fourth most postseason career home runs. So there you go. Postseason George really is a thing. The Jays have beaten the Seattle Mariners 13-4. Shane Bieber was awfully good. 5 home runs for the Blue Jays. Vladdy showed up big time. Alejandro Kirk showed up big time. Andres Jimenez got it all going. Everybody up and down the lineup contributing in some fashion. The Mariners still lead the series 2-1. It is a best of 7. Game 4 of the series goes tomorrow, 8:33 first pitch. So, thank you for listening to Blue Jays postseason baseball. Canada's team is back in the playoffs, and your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers are proud to be a part of it. For over 40 years, Crown has protected vehicles from rust, keeping them strong and ready for the road, just like a great playoff baseball team. Crown Rust Control, proud sponsor of your Toronto Blue Jays radio broadcast.
CJCL Toronto. You're on Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
Listening to the Bart Winkler Show.
We love you, Bart. I appreciate listening to you. You're doing an amazing job.
You and Carlos Gay.
Bieber just shook off his sign. Now he sets, staring into Rosarena. His pitch to Rodriguez is lifted out to left center and deep. Lucas in a jog, looking up. That ball is gone. Julio Rodriguez sends Seattle into madness in the bottom of the first as the Mariners jump in front 2-0. Open stance for Naylor, leaning back from the left side. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and he lost his bat. It's tumbling toward the Mariners' dugout. Chased a fastball eye high, and there are 2 down. Canzone had asked for time, steps back in, gripping his black bat above his left shoulder. 2-strike pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him to chase a breaking ball in the dirt. That's the knuckle curve for Bieber, and there's 1 out. Robles, the right-handed hitting right fielder, 3 for 22 in the postseason. 0-2. Check swing. Did he go? He did, says Ben May from behind home plate. Strike 3 swinging on a slider outside. 2 down. 2 out, space is empty. 2-0, and the pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Shane Bieber punches out the side in the bottom of the second, and we'll see if that can spark the Blue Jays in Game 3 of the ALCS. 2-0 Mariners. We head to the third. Corners are still in, though, and the 0-1. Swing and a high drive. Right field. Robles racing back to the warning track. Looks up at the wall. It's gone. Andres Jimenez with a 2-run blast to tie the game in the third.
You have got to be kidding me. Andres Jimenez with one of the biggest swings of his life. The Seattle Mariners were expecting a sac bunt, and they got a 2-run home run. What a swing.
His first homer of the playoffs and his 8th regular season and postseason combined. A 400-foot moonshot over the Boeing sign in right center. It's 2-2 in the third. His 50th pitch of the start. Swing and a miss. It gets away from Raleigh to the backstop, and into score goes Nathan Lucas. Up to third, Guerrero. Into second, Kirk. It is 3-2 Blue Jays on a wild pitch. Second and third now, and the 1-1 is drilled by Barger to right. Racing back, Robles turns it off the fence. Into score, Guerrero. Kirk will score as well. Ball gets away from Robles, but Varsho stays at second with a 2-run double.
What a swing from Dalton Varsho. He got the elevated heater, and he smoked it. Another ball off the top of the wall. The second of the inning for the Toronto Blue Jays. Missed a home run by about 3 feet in right field. A couple more runs in this ball game. 5-2 Toronto now. What an inning for them.
0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. He's punched out 4 in a row with perhaps a little help, but either. 2 outs, bases empty, top of 4, and the pitch to George Springer is drilled. Center field and deep. Going back, Rodriguez. Warning track wall. Out of here. To a chorus of boos, George Springer comes around third and home. A solo homer, and it's 6-2 Blue Jays in the top of the 4th.
Well, George Springer is known to ambush first pitch fastballs. He got a first pitch fastball about thigh high right down the middle, and he hammered that thing.
2-2 again. Swing and a miss. He got him. Bieber strikes out Canzone. Fist bumps and spins off the hill. It's a 1-2-3. Bottom of the 4th inning. We go on to the 5th. Blue Jays 6, Mariners 2. Game 3 of the American League Championship Series. Kirby bounced back from a tough 3rd for a nice 4th. We'll see what he has here in the 5th. His pitch. Vladdy hits it high in deep center field. Moving back, Rodriguez at the warning track. Leaps at the fence. Did he get it? He did not. It's gone. Home run. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. And it's 7-2 Blue Jays in the 5th.
Just another mistake from George Kirby. This time a spinning slider over the heart of the plate. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. actually didn't get all of it. Got it off the end of the bat just a little bit, but was able to get it just over that outstretched glove of Julio Rodriguez in center field. I actually thought he caught it.
I mean, he's liable to take anything back, Julio Rodriguez. Guerrero hit that 106 off the bat, and yeah, if he had hit it 105, Julio probably makes the catch just barely. It got out of his reach. Vladdy's 4th homer of the postseason. 7-2 Blue Jays, 2 on, 2 out. Top of the 5th inning, under the lights in Seattle. The pitch. Swinging a liner, headed to right, down for a base hit. Santander getting a big way from Carlos Fabulous. The throw from right is cut off. Going to third, Kirk Naylor throws to third to get him, but the run will score. Robles to Naylor to Suarez to get Kirk out trying to go first to third, but Ernie Clement with an RBI single makes it 8-2 Blue Jays as we go to the bottom of the 5th. Tap of the plate, pinwheel the bat from Raleigh. Switch hitter batting left. With 2 outs and a runner on. Biebers 2-2. He got him. Elevated fastball to punch out Raleigh and end the 5th. 7 Ks in 5 innings, a 2-run ball for Shane Bieber. He gives up a hit and strands one in that bottom of the 5th. And we go on to the 6th inning. Left on left, the pitch to Lucas with Suarez in at third. And it's a swinging bunt up the first baseline. Jimenez takes off for home. Naylor gloves. He'll tag out Lucas. Springer up to second. An RBI ground out by Nathan Lucas. And it's 9-2 Blue Jays in the top of the 6th.
I don't think Andres Jimenez was off on contact, but as soon as he saw that ball was just trickling down the first base line, he took off and got home pretty easily. A smart play from him over there at third base.
It was 2-0 Mariners in this game after the first inning homer, but right now the Blue Jays on a run of 9 consecutive runs scored, lead it 9-2. 1-1 pitch. Kirk hits it high in deep right field. Racing back, Robles at the fence, climbs the wall. It is gone! Make it a dozen for the Blue Jays on a 3-run homer from Alejandro Kirk. He hits it the other way for his 3rd home run of the postseason, and the Blue Jays lead 12-2.
That's how you know Alejandro Kirk is feeling good, going the other way, going up the middle. He gets that fastball almost off the plate outside at about 95 miles an hour, and he hammers it the other way just beyond that fence for a 3-run home run and a 3-2 Toronto Blue Jays lead.
Rodriguez is 2 for 2 in this game. Infield single and a 2-run homer. Payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. He got him. He strikes out Rodriguez on a cutter over the middle, and even the mistakes are going well for Shane Bieber tonight. Hit on the ground sharply, backhanded by Guerrero down to a knee. Spins, flips to Bieber. He had to jump to reel it in, but he lands on the bag to end the bottom of the 6th. Shane Bieber only uses 8 pitches to pitch a 1-2-3 bottom of the 6th, and we roll on to the 7th in Seattle. 12-2 Blue Jays. Game 3 of the American League Championship Series. Let's return quickly to the night of Shane Bieber, who punched out Canzone twice tonight en route to 6 innings of 4-hit, 2-run ball, a walk and 8 Ks. That line already impressive, and then you factor in that he gave up the two of his 4 hits and 2 runs in the first. Fisher misses high and outside, 2-0 to Canzone. It all looked like it was falling apart in the first 4 batters, and then all of a sudden he completely shut down Seattle.
Yeah, you have to imagine, even though he is a veteran, that heart rate, the nerves were a bit of a factor in that first inning.
2-0 pitch hit back foul, 2-1.
He looked shaky. He gave up that home run. That was a mistake pitch to Julio Rodriguez. Really, after that mistake pitch, he didn't make any mistakes after that. Located, executed the game plan. The changeup was really good. The fastball velocity was up to 94 miles an hour. I loved what I saw from Shane Bieber today.
2-1. Line drive right side, and it hooks into the side, netting foul. For Shane Bieber, the 8 Ks were the most he's had in his 5 career postseason starts. Second most he's had in a Blue Jay uniform. And, he's pitching to continue his Blue Jay career. It's not known whether he will opt in or opt out of his player option. 2-2 pitch. On the ground is second. Clement charges. Backhanded flip. Jimenez 1. Throw on to first for a 4-6-3 double play. 2 outs, and the bases wiped clean.
That's best case scenario if you're Braden Fisher. You give up the base hit, and then you break a bat. You get 2 quick outs. How about that? You're up by 10 in the 7th inning.
Payoff pitch. Hit high and deep left field. Straw in a jog, and Arozarena has left the yard. Solo home run for the top of the order hitter from Seattle. The first home run of the postseason for Arozarena. And the Mariners snap the streak of 12 consecutive runs by the Blue Jays. It's 12-3 for the Blue Jays now in the bottom of the 8th. 1-1. And Raleigh launches. Right field and deep. Lucas at the warning track. Leaps at the fence. It's gone. Back-to-back homers for the Mariners as Raleigh hits his 3rd of the postseason. "12-4, the Blue Jays lead, and the Mariners aren't giving up yet with 5 outs to go. 1-1 pitch is slammed. Right field and deep. Addison Barger in his home state absolutely destroys a solo home run. "13-4, the Blue Jays lead in the top of the 9th. Their 5th home run of the night as the homer parade continues."
Well, I did say it would be nice to see him hit something in a gap or over the fence. He chose the latter. What a swing from Addison Barger. Let's get him going.
13-4 the score. Victor Robles, the last hope for Seattle. Runner on second in the pitch. Hit on a bounce to first. Vladdy up with it. He goes to the bag and back off the mat. The Blue Jays punch back with a win in this series. They take down Seattle 13-4 on the back of a powerful offensive day and a masterful start from Shane Bieber.
Yeah, that was a huge win for the Toronto Blue Jays. As close to a must-win as it gets, and they really came to play on the offensive side. On the pitching side, Shane Bieber threw like Shane Bieber tonight. I think that was the most impressive thing. The stuff itself is evolving, and it's getting better each and every start, but he was locating everything. He kept the Seattle Mariners offense off balance for the majority of this outing. A little bit of a speed bump in that first inning, but he really figured it out, started to make pitches, mixed in the changeup when he had to. What an outing from him, and what an outing from this Blue Jays offense.
The Blue Jays win 13-4.